We're closing in on the Chiefs and Eagles Sunday. Evan, Canty, Michelle in the Big Easy this morning on Sportsmanlike is next. I'm Jay Reynolds. It's ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Kincade, coming up Wednesday. As we get you ready for the big game, I'll tell you some of the storylines I'm paying most attention to early in the game. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Are you a chronic interrupter? Incapable of letting other people talk? Do those people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have a 120-night sleep trial, so you can get your money back if a bed's not right. That way, anyone, even someone...
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online. I read that black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Progressive presents Renters MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas.
In New Orleans, and we are another day closer to Super Bowl 59. That is what ultimately matters. You don't care what we were doing last night on Bourbon Street. You care about the birds. You care about Super Bowl 59, and we got you covered with great just topics and guests and all kinds of stuff here on Radio Row, 97.5, The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
Everyone's kind of on the same page. They realize that the Eagles are the better team overall talent-wise compared to the Chiefs.
Andy Reid gets the edge. Patrick Mahomes gets the edge. But if you're telling me that you can go other groups and say, oh, man, well, the Chiefs are definitely better here, you're stretching.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey, good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
I've learned that Central Time Andrew is louder than Eastern Time
Dude,
Andrew.
I think I slept an hour and a half last night, man.
Central Time Andrew is a lot louder than Eastern Time.
And before anyone thinks, oh, man, you were out partying all night, like, no, I don't sleep. I don't.
You don't.
And I'm ready to go. I got my hour and a half. I'm ready to go. No coffee yet, which is devastating. That will be taken care of, though, eventually. But we are broadcasting live, Johnny, from Radio Row here in New Orleans. Really cool for us because we are obviously professionals in this field. But but we're also Eagles fans. So we get to talk about our favorite team for the next couple of days and bring you all kinds of insight. We have some great guests that we have already lined up over the next couple of days. One here in person today, Thomas Dimitrioff, who was a former GM. Can't wait to talk to him about how this Eagles team was built. Schefter, it's a Wednesday. He'll be calling in, though, because he'll be walking around like the Beatles if he decided to come down here.
Yeah, Dimitrioff turned a career as a NFL general manager for around 10-plus years into the largest firm that consults with analytics with NFL teams.
Yeah, which is big.
So he's making a freaking fortune, this guy.
I imagine.
He's just really bright. But
and you
we'll
know
talk
how
to
much
him,
that goes into decisions that are made in-game.
Correct.
And, you know, it's not just about analytic decisions throughout the course of a week or during the offseason. It's about in-game as well, and it's amazing.
He's going to tell us whether analytically we should be very confident, like we both are, about the Birds and their chances.
If he says no, then I'm going to say screw analytics to his face.
I'm going to say he's probably going to be wearing a tweed jacket because he dresses like the college professor on One Tree Hill. Oh. You know, so I'm going to
I know what that looks like,
glasses.
Johnny.
You're a little old, younger for that one. But, hey, Radio Row's great. We're here. We're in New Orleans, and Birds fans are already here.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, we'll get into it over the course of the show. A lot of go Birds on Bourbon Street last night.
A lot of that last night.
Because everybody's excited. And so, Johnny, last night, you know, I'm sitting in my hotel room putting together the show sheet, and I'm thinking about this team and how excited I am to watch the Eagles on Sunday.
Sure.
Try to play and win for the second Super Bowl in franchise history. And you start thinking about all the storylines, everything that this team has gone through over the course of the season. You think about everything that we've talked about since last week, right? I'm thinking about angles. What are we going to talk about on today's show? Because the Eagles haven't played in the game in, 10 days now, right? It's been a while since the NFC Championship game.
Sort of in withdrawal a little bit.
So the last couple of days, we've been talking more and more about how the Eagles are the better team. But the Chiefs have Patrick Mahomes. The Chiefs have Andy Reid. And that's something that we will say until we are off the air on Friday, because there's a lot of respect that we have for those two guys, for Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. Everybody should have that respect.
Sure.
But how come we don't talk about certain things with the Philadelphia Eagles? We've talked about the more talented team to death.
Yes,
right?
we have.
But they are.
Okay.
They are. They're the more talented team. But how come we don't ever talk about the pedigree of the Philadelphia Eagles? Remember, we talk about the pedigree of the Chiefs and Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, totally get it, back-to-back Super Bowl champions. They deserve it. The Eagles as a franchise, and I know the teams have been different over the course of the years, this is their third Super Bowl appearance in 7 years.
8 years. 8 seasons, right?
8 seasons, but just 7. Yesterday or the other day was a 7-year anniversary of them winning Super Bowl 52.
Howie's pretty happy about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the thing is, though, Andrew, is that, like, we just saw Brady Quinn walk by. Now, look, we're both handsome men. And then Brady Quinn walks by. And you go to yourself, there's a pedigree. There's a thing. I do not want to stand next to Brady Quinn.
Okay.
Here on Radio Row. I'll stand next to 80% of the schlubs here on Radio Row and go, okay, I feel pretty good about myself. I look pretty good. Then you stand next to Brady Quinn and you go, I don't like that comparison. When you're playing the Chiefs, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are the guys you don't want to stand next to.
I get it.
They're the ones you don't want to be compared to because you lose. You lose, sir.
But it's not like the Eagles are going into this as first-timers.
Oh, and I get you.
And so we talk about the motivation of them losing just 2 years ago. This sounds so childish, but I don't care. I believe the Eagles are a more motivated team because they lost 2 years ago than the Chiefs going for a three-peat. Even though it's history, and that should be a huge motivational factor for the Kansas City Chiefs, I would never want to feel the pain of losing. And you know Jalen Hurts, we've talked about this a lot, he still has the background of him walking off the field. Do you think he ever wants to feel that again?
No, you don't want to feel that again. And he's felt it in college. He's felt it in the pros. He understands what that drives him and motivates him. I just wonder, to me, is that I would rather, to me, if I'm talking about trying to do that comparison, I'd rather avoid the Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes conversation.
Okay.
And say, okay, I can say I know that no matter what the Chiefs do on their defensive front, and I think it's a good one, they're not the Eagles' offensive line.
Correct.
The Eagles' offensive line, I don't think has a monstrous edge, but I think they've got an edge. I think the Eagles' top 2 wide receivers would be the top. They would be, either one of them would be number 1 in my mind on the Kansas City team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Saquon Barkley is the top running back in the game. Not necessarily even this game.
Yeah,
he is the top running back in the game this year. So to me, I try to focus on where are the Birds winning that argument. Because you know me, the last thing I want to do is lose an argument. But Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, dude, I'm getting kicked in the every time.
I get it.
Every time they have a trump card. Every time they've got something to say. Oh, really? You like that? Well, look at our pedigree. Look at our accomplishments. Look what we've done. I don't think they're going to be intimidated by this stage.
No, I don't think so, but I'm thinking about going into the game, man. Like, there's more than, yes, there's X's and O's, and we're going to break it down for you. We have been, and we're going to continue to do so. But I think about other things, John. Like the hunger to prove people wrong. And I'm not just talking about Jalen Hurts saying that people doubt me. We're going to play a clip of his coming up a little bit. But also, all season long, this team has been doubted in terms of how they play and how they win, to the point where Alex Smith felt comfortable saying on national TV, you can play this way and win the NFC Championship game, but you can't play this way and win the Super Bowl, which is a moronic statement.
It's dumb.
But that's another sort of edge toward the team. I'm not doing the whole everybody's against us, against the world.
Please don't do that.
But they've constantly been diminished. Nick Sirianni is a head coach. Jalen Hurts as a quarterback. Oh, he can run. He's more of a running back than a quarterback. The style of play. What about all the adversity that they've gone through? How many times have we seen teams come together through adversity? Whether they built it themselves or not, they've overcome it.
Again, though, I don't give people credit for overcoming adversity that they create.
Giving them credit,
that
they overcame it.
You know what the Chiefs don't have? Adversity that they create. That's the thing, is that I'm not going to give the Eagles a check mark of approval for overcoming stuff that they step in, that they create themselves. And that is, but though I'm impressed the way Nick Sirianni and his team were able to turn the ship around.
Yeah.
And be able to do that, and it's not easy to do, and they did a great job with it. But look, I look at how they take care of their business, the Chiefs, and say, okay, from this point forward, I hope the Eagles organization can be a little more like them, a little less stepping in their own, pick up after your dog so you don't step in it all the time.
So my question, I guess, for you and the audience at 610-632-0975.
It better be for me. I'm sitting next to you for 4 hours.
I know we're in New Orleans in Radio Row, but the power of technology, we could still take your texts and your phone calls. When you're looking at a game like this, the magnitude, the Super Bowl 59.
Sure.
Do you, John Kincade, strictly look at X's and O's and matchups? Because I also do think of other circumstances, like motivational factors of not losing, like motivational factors of proving people wrong. The Chiefs don't have to prove anything anymore.
You do look at the. You get in your. Now I'm not making fun of you. I'm not making fun of your opinion, but you get up in your feelings a little bit.
Yeah, man.
I would tell you this. I think every professional athlete I've ever met, every coach I've ever interviewed, they're highly motivated. So I don't think in those terms. And you know me, I'm much more robotic about good, bad, yes, no, right, wrong, where I look at the matchups. And that is why I feel so good about Super Bowl 59.
But here's the thing. I feel good, too.
I know you do.
Both matchup and also all the motivational factors. So you, as a sports fan...
You're more of a Lifetime movie.
Yes.
I'm more of a, I just want to see the X's and O's.
Well, good thing we have a D3 athlete that we can ask back at the studio. Connor will chime in on this. Connor's going to chime in on this coming up next. Also, hear from Nick Sirianni on the adversity that they dealt with last year and this season, how it made them better. We're broadcasting live from Radio Row here in New Orleans. All of our coverage being brought to you by FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. We'll be right back in Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. broadcasting live from Radio Row here in New Orleans. All of our coverage brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. It's going to be a lot of fun the next couple of days. And, of course, also we want to give a big thank you to TrueMark Financial Credit Union. Visit TrueMark.com or one of 24 local branches to learn more. I already told you about the pregame show on Sunday and Corona and everything that they're doing for us. And Rally House for when the Birds win the big game, Johnny.
A little Rally House action. Obviously, from our flight and from some of the people we've seen around town, Rally House got a lot of business before people came to New Orleans.
Oh, my God. Well, yeah, you got to have the new gear for the big trip.
The new gear. I do not want the white jumpsuit. I'm not in Squid Game.
No, I'm out. I'm out on. Yes,
I'm not. It's like it's that thing with and the fanny pack and everything.
Yeah,
look good.
I'm out.
I'll take that one off. But there's plenty of great stuff at Rally House.
All right, before we play Nick Sirianni, I turn to the real athlete of this show, Division III athlete Connor Thomas. Connor, good morning.
Good morning, boys.
All right, so you heard us talking about it in the opening segment and how it kind of bothers me that we've only been talking about the X's and O's. And look, the X's and O's and the matchup and the rosters tell you that the Eagles are the better team, but there's a lot more to it for me when it comes to this game. But Johnny looks at it very analytically.
Yes.
And I look at it X's and O's and roster because I agree with everything that John says, but I do believe there is more to this Eagles team than there is to this Chiefs team, and that may sound Hallmarky, like you, or what did you call it, John?
Yes, you're sort of like the Hallmark movie.
Yeah, it's like a Hallmarky, but
I can't believe I have to. Big city guy, I can't believe you showed up in this little
sports
town.
is sports. Sports is weird. People need to find every sort of motivational factor they can find. Connor, where are you at when it comes to this conversation?
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I do think there's a lot on the Eagles side as far as we lost this team 2 years ago. We want to get back. We want to win it for guys like Brandon Graham. This could be his last year. Darius Slay, who's talked about this being his last run, at least in Philadelphia potentially. But when you play in a Super Bowl, the whole motivation thing, the whole, this team has this on their side intangibly, kind of goes out the window. I don't think there's going to be a player on the sidelines, on the field, a coach that doesn't want this game as much as the guy next to him. Like, that kind of goes out the window when you're playing for the greatest prize in the sport. So I understand what you're saying, and I understand your argument. I just don't think it holds as much water in a game of this magnitude.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think that you're talking about the highest level of the game, as Connor says. And these guys are already champions because they made it through their conference and they set themselves up at the top of their conferences. I just don't believe motivation's going to come down to it. It's going to come down to the better football team winning, and that's why Monday morning I think we're going to have the most spectacular edition of Kincade and Salciunas that we've seen yet.
Well, that sounds like a lot of fun, and I'll be there for it.
I hope you are.
All right, so here's Nick Sirianni, and I know sometimes you roll your eyes at the adversity discussion because they did cause a lot of it, but
they caused it all.
This
team has not faced any adversity that they have not created.
Right. I got you.
They create their own, which is a problem.
What I will give them credit for, and I know it's hard to do it, and we talk about the burning, you light the fire and the burning building, and then you put out the water and you want the credit. Sometimes you see people pour kerosene on the fire, whereas they actually put the fire out.
Yeah, we saw that last year, Andrew.
Yeah, it was really bad.
When we weren't at the Super Bowl.
So here's Nick Sirianni yesterday speaking to the media, talking about fighting adversity, and then there's a second part about this clip that I will just quickly mock, but just quickly, because the Eagles are in our good graces right now. Here's head coach Nick Sirianni.
Anything worthwhile in this world is not instant gratification. It takes getting better every single day, and that's really what we did. We put our head down. We felt like we had a great training camp, and it didn't start the way we envisioned it. We just continued to work and continued to put the work in, put our head down and go, and just continually got better, and I think we're playing our best ball now. So it's because of these guys just, with that constant effort of how to get better.
So
why are you going to mock him on that one?
One of the things was that he was asked about the identity.
Oh, yes.
And it's like,
I remember that whole thing.
You knew that you had the best offensive line in football in Saquon Barkley. It shouldn't have taken that long. It really shouldn't have. But you know what? You found it. This goes back to the adversity thing. Like, I can't totally give him credit for deciding to run the ball because, but they did it.
It goes back to the conversation we had yesterday with that Bills guy we met in the Atlanta airport.
Right.
Like the Bills, I think, went away from the run.
Right.
Because they feel like, we're a throwing team and we've got Josh Allen. I truly believe the Bills would be here for the Super Bowl if they had just run the ball.
And you know what? So even though it was like a no-duh moment from us on the outside, at least they did it and stuck with it, and now they're in the Super Bowl. Whereas you mentioned the Bills go away from the run, they lose.
They lost.
The Lions go away from the run in the divisional round against the Commanders.
They lost.
They lose. The Eagles have stuck with it, so I will celebrate that. Coming up next, you'll hear more from Nick Sirianni about how the adversity shaped this team, but also a lot of audio, great audio, from Jalen Hurts. One of the things I mentioned about the motivation, the fact that people constantly degrade what this guy's been able to accomplish in the NFL, and yet all he does is win, and he asks, why do people... All he does, exactly. He wonders why people keep on doubting him. We'll talk about that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
All right, we've got 2 home run hires, according to Nick Sirianni. We've reached the midpoint of Super Bowl week with just 4 days between us and Super Bowl Sunday. While the star players Nick Sirianni were the focus of opening night on Monday night, Sirianni talked yesterday about how 2 major keys to success for the Birds have been their coordinators.
You can't be great without the greatness of others, coaches to players, players to coaches. And so both guys have done a phenomenal job knowing the guys a little bit in the interview process. I think we hit 2 home runs with those hires.
Yes, Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio have certainly been doing their job to an elite level this year. They'll both need to be at their best to take down the Chiefs in Super Bowl 59. Coming your way at 6:30 p.m. this Sunday. We also should get our first injury report of the week today, something that we'll definitely be keeping an eye on. Sixers took down the Mavs 118-116 last night in a tight victory. Joel Embiid had a 29-point triple-double in his return to action. Sixers also made a trade yesterday, moving Caleb Williams to the Dallas Mavericks for Quentin Grimes and a 2025 second-round pick. Sixers Heat tonight at 7:30 p.m. You can hear that game here on the Fanatic. Flyers fell to the Utah Hockey Club 3-2 in overtime last night. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco for the entire 7 o'clock hour. Adam Schefter of ESPN at 7:55, and former NFL GM Thomas Dimitrov at 8:40. This update is brought to you by Corona. Join 97.5 The Fanatic this Sunday at Patty Wax on South Street starting at 2 p.m. for the big game pregame show and watch party with Andrew and myself. Enjoy $5 Coronas, $5 Modelo drafts, and exclusive prizes. Don't miss out. Details at 975thefanatic.com. Please drink responsibly. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Here on Kincade at Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on a Why Snack Wednesday, Johnny. Every week we've been doing this, and every single week totally worth trying to win. But it's the big game on Sunday. So how about you try to get some snacks for when you have the people over for the party? Or if you're watching by yourself like you might, maybe you just need to stress eat over the course of 4 hours.
Well, first off, I do not need to stress eat. Thank you very much. That's the last thing I need. But, no, but I would say is that there's going to be some stress eating done this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's going to be some of that, dude.
So let's give away 2 of the 20-bag variety box of Y Snacks on the contest line right now. We have 8 of these today, confirmed, Connor.
That's awesome.
8 of these, and also the pairs of tickets for the Temple tickets as well, Temple game. So all winners.
Temple makes me stress eat at times.
215-263-0975. Callers number 1 and 2 will get the 20-bag variety box of Y Snacks. Munch on the good vibe on game day with Y Snacks. You'll also win a pair of tickets to see Temple battle FAU on February 16th, where I will be in attendance, Johnny.
Are people getting tickets because of that or because of the game?
Because of the game.
Okay.
Bring your family to celebrate Temple mascot Hooter the Owl's birthday. That's why I was going. When Temple battles FAU on Sunday, February 16th at noon at the Liacouras Center. Meet local mascots, enjoy games on the concourse, and receive autographs from the players after the game. Visit owlstix.com. Callers 1 and 2, 215-263-0975. Again, broadcasting live here from Radio Row. Thanks to our friends at FanDuel Sportsbook for making this possible. So, Johnny, we talked about the adversity and what could go into. I know we're going to get some text messages on this coming up in a second at 610-632-0975. Do you look at just strictly X's and O's and matchups, or do you look at all the other circumstances that go into a game? And one of the things that we've already talked about is the adversity. So here was Nick Sirianni a little bit more yesterday talking about how the adversity shaped this team.
Nobody in the NFL, I've said this a bunch, nobody in the NFL pitches a perfect game. That doesn't exist in the NFL. You're going to have bad plays. You're going to have good plays. And it's about being able to focus your mindset on the next one. And so this team's embraced adversity. I don't think, you never know, but, the things even going back to the 2023 season, which we haven't talked a lot about since the beginning of the year, we're grateful for that. We're thankful for that. As bad as it sucked at the time, I know I'm grateful for that. I speak for myself. I'm grateful for that because it shaped us into who we are now, and why a big reason why we're back here sitting at this moment again. And so embracing adversity is huge, for your development as a person, as a player, as a coach.
And, Johnny, they did, and we've talked about the Hassan Reddick situation a lot. There were some players that may have been a part of that adversity, that caused the adversity, that are no longer here.
Oh, there was. Hassan Reddick's home watching the Super Bowl.
Right.
Hi, Hassan. We're here. You could have been. You had a contract. You refused to honor it. So he created adversity. But a lot of the adversity for this year's team was between the quarterback and the head coach, and both of their failures in the beginning of the year and the whole offseason to act like adults.
But does part of you think that carried over from last year?
Yes.
And so...
But the thing is, I don't know why they didn't fix it in the offseason. Why did it have to drudge into the season?
Oh, maybe it was easier said than done.
Okay, well, then that's fine. Then there's adversity with Nick Sirianni that he creates for himself. That, screaming, no NFL coaches are getting into fights with people in the stands. No NFL coaches are taunting opposing fan base.
And he has since stopped.
He has. But the thing is, so again, I look at the other guys and go, there are other coaches in the league, tons of them, that don't create these drama for themselves. The Chiefs don't do this. They don't do that. And that's one of the things that I do concern myself with. When the going gets tough, are they going to hold to being the team that they've been?
Okay.
Are they going to be as together? And I hope that they will.
Fair question to ask. All right, before we check our text line, let's play a couple clips from Jalen Hurts here because he spoke to the media yesterday. I think there are no media obligations for the Birds today. I think it's Chiefs Day, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
so
Chiefs Day.
Maybe the Eagles could actually focus on the game itself, which would be great.
I know they're weightlifting today. They're practicing. They are going to get in the weight room and stuff like that.
So here's Jalen Hurts, and this is an interesting – it's very quick. The answer's not long, and obviously we know that from Jalen Hurts. He's a man of few words, but he was basically asked about the doubt that surrounds Jalen Hurts. And this is what goes into today's topic about extra motivational factors for this team, that Jalen Hurts, even coming out of college, was doubted. I mean, you know it very well from your time covering the SEC. Yeah. And even now, like this year, think about the talking points from 2 weeks ago Right before the NFC Championship game, what was being said about Jalen Hurts from people in the national media, Eagles fans? We had a caller that said that the Eagles have a quarterback problem. This was after they beat the Rams.
He said he was trash.
He did say he was trash. Here was Jalen Hurts saying he doesn't know why doubts still follow him.
I'm not sure. Everyone has their own opinion, and everyone has their own eye for the game, and sometimes people get stuck on narratives of the past, but ultimately, it's just about the work. It's about quantifying my work and taking a day at a time. That's what this journey has been for me.
I told you, I love that he's robotic right now.
When he says narratives of the past, he's going back to that national championship game versus the University of Georgia when he got pulled at halftime. And there are a lot of people, and I think in NFL circles, a lot of people that look at that and go, he was the guy who got pulled at halftime of of a college football national title game, and then Tua came in and won it for him. And I think a lot of people hold that against him.
But then how come the narrative isn't more recent? He was the guy that almost led the Eagles to winning a Super Bowl just 2 years ago.
I will tell you, that is the night, and we've talked about it many times. That night, 2 years ago, was the night that Jalen Hurts made me a believer for life. He made me, I got the tattoo on anywhere. I put on my, well, not anywhere, but I got the tattoo of believing in Jalen Hurts.
I haven't seen
because
that.
I saw it on that stage, and you won't. I saw it on that stage, and if you could duel Patrick Mahomes, almost play per play, and it was almost.
He was better, almost, except for the fumble. I get
except for gifting the Chiefs 7 points. And to me, that's what people are going to look at, too. You were close to beating Patrick Mahomes, but you didn't. You got to go out there and do it. You're not going to get that respect until you go and you prove it yourself. And I would love to see him shove it in everybody's face on Sunday night.
Absolutely. And he talked a little bit more about that because he talked about losing the Super Bowl just 2 years ago. Of course, everything that has been talked about this year about how, they can't win with Jalen Hurts. They can't win with this style of play. Here he is talking about how the flame was ignited, Johnny.
It's changed. I've evolved, I think, as a player, as a leader, all of these different things. I've been able to grow and learn from these different things, but ultimately, the flame has been ignited even more in terms of the desire of wanting to win and working to win. You can't just bank on hoping for results to come without the work. And so I think all of those things have kind of come in one, just working for opportunities like this and on that desire of having these opportunities, being number one and being in that, always been in pursuit of that.
He has handled this week incredibly.
Oh, he's done great.
He's done
great.
We don't normally play much Jalen Hurts audio on the show because he doesn't give us much to play, right?
No, what's funny is I think maybe he gets tired and bored of us.
Maybe the local,
of the Philly local, same people,
Could
same
be.
questions. So maybe he's a little more interested. There is one thing though, which John Maley, one of our fine listeners, sent a text, and he says, "Is Nick going to mock the Chiefs sidelines and have Jalen have to tell him to calm down again like he did in the last Super Bowl?"
I don't think that.
Hopefully that doesn't happen
my
again.
Bank account. It's not much that would not happen.
Just pull it up at the.
There's
grid.
no way that Nick Sirianni would do that
saying
again after what happened last year.
I would hope not, but the thing is that's something you wouldn't have to worry about.
I got you. I totally understand. All right, coming up next, we'll check our text line for the first time this morning. When it goes into a game like this, the magnitude that is Super Bowl 59, are you like John where it's just X's and O's and matchups? Or I look at that stuff too. Trust me, we've been talking about it for the last 10 days, but do you also look into all the other motivational factors? And I think the Eagles have a lot more to prove and a lot more to prove people wrong about over the course of this game on Sunday. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. Also coming up next, something that we've picked up in a short time here in New Orleans.
What's
the
that?
Rooting interest.
Oh, okay.
From non-Eagles or Chiefs fans. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. It is 6:40 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, as we broadcast live from Radio Row here in New Orleans. All of our coverage being brought to you by FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Now, Johnny, before we get to the text line, because we got the people chiming in about today's topic, about the game itself, Eagles-Chiefs, Super Bowl 59 this Sunday. So yesterday, we obviously did the layover in your old hometown of Atlanta. And then we landed here in New Orleans, and then, we went out to eat, and then, you went back to the hotel. Me, Jen, and Mike Vito kept on, beep-bopping around a little bit. Not too late, because, early here.
Yeah, I enjoyed a little extra sleep.
But something that we have picked up on, the people want the Eagles to win, man.
It's clear.
And I'm not talking about the Eagles fans that are here, because there are a lot of them.
No.
I'm talking about the people of New Orleans. A lot of people on the plains that weren't Philadelphians or people from Kansas City. They're not Chiefs fans. It's people like the Bills fan, obviously for him because the Chiefs knocked him out. But there are people that have no allegiances, no ties to the Eagles that are going for the Birds.
I'm absolutely floored that somehow we've become like a the cute girl at the prom.
Well, the Chiefs have become the evil darling.
And that is, but people are really just, I mean, we got well wishes from a lot of people.
Yeah.
Ton of well wishes.
Yeah, you're finding out that it looks like the public, and this is not a betting thing. We're not talking about the public is backing the Birds from a betting standpoint. We're just talking strictly. People are saying, yeah, you know what? I'd rather your team win than that team. Does that have any impact on the game? Absolutely not.
No, but it makes us feel a little better.
Well, it's nice walking around Bourbon Street and people saying "Go Birds" to us that aren't wearing Eagles gear because they just don't want to see the Chiefs win. I like that people like us.
I had to educate a few people on 2 of the flights with Go Eagles. They were doing the Go Eagles. I'm like, Go Birds.
Yes.
Go Birds.
That's all
say
right.
it.
They're
Go
not
Birds.
from around here.
So now they're learning.
Yeah.
We're proliferating that into the vernacular.
This is what you do for the people.
Yes, try to help.
All right. We're going to get to our text here in a second, but our man Andrew Checo already ready to go. He's doing an early hit today.
Yeah, but he walked from his hotel, which is not a smart thing to do in New Orleans.
He could
where his hotel is.
He could take anybody. But Andrew's going to be joining us a lot over the course of this week, and all of his reports with us, Best Show Ever, Mike Missanelli Show, will be presented to you by Tompkins Bank. So Andrew's going to be joining us for the entire 7 o'clock hour today. It's going to be kind of all over the place over the course of the week because he has other duties outside of 97.5 The Fanatic as he covers the Birds for Inside the Birds. So really cool that we're going to have Andrew for the next hour. But let's check our text line so far this morning. Connor, what are the people saying about Eagles, Chiefs, about motivational factors, about the game itself? What do we got?
Our first check-in here, no name on this one, but they say the Eagles should win now. The Chiefs got the Nick Wright kiss of death by him saying Saquon won't be able to run all over him.
So Jack Sparrow was spouting off more about Saquon?
Apparently, yeah.
Wait, the Eagles got the kiss of death?
No, the Chiefs have
Chiefs.
Oh, I was going to say,
well, remember, too, is that Nick Wright, when he's not on the air, he actually wears a Chiefs cheerleader outfit.
Yeah, that's right. He's a big Chiefs
fan. There are
fan.
pictures of it. Jack Sparrow likes to do that, too. Not only does he wear the pirate dangling earring.
Well, he started in Kansas City radio, so he's a homer for them. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's where he comes from.
Yeah, but come on, you're on the national stage.
Come on now.
You got to be a little less biased.
You're supposed to be a little less biased.
So you're telling me if I put Andrew Salciunas on the national stage, I wouldn't get a Go Birds out?
My face would be green.
No, I seriously don't think you would do that. I did it for 15 years. And though I was an Eagles fan, you still have to remember you're going to turn off 80% of the country if you start doing that crap.
That's true.
But, that's what they do. That's what they do there.
All right, what else do we got on the text line, Connor?
Carson from Philly has a question for you guys. He says,
Carson,
would you rather have the Eagles down 4 with the ball with 2 minutes remaining or the Eagles up 4 with the Chiefs having the ball with 2 minutes remaining?
Up 4.
Down.
Up 4.
Down.
Up. The Eagles' defense is the better part of their team.
Yeah, it's Patrick Mahomes.
I want to be up. I want to be up by 4.
Connor, I think you're with me. You do not want Patrick Mahomes with the ball down 4 with 2 minutes to go.
Well, I want to be up by 4.
Really?
I would absolutely want to be up.
Yeah, I just like.
Dude, you were the one scared of Matt Stafford just 2 weeks ago.
You got to be up.
Rightfully so. Matt Stafford made a play to win that game. We're looking at a situation where in the Super Bowl, always take the more points than the less points. I don't care who you're playing against.
That is good
Next level stuff
by you.
I'm going to make you feel great about something this morning.
What do we got?
Johnny Dorkboy.
Yes.
Came up with something great.
And you call that yourself that?
No, I hear you talk behind my back. That's what you call me, but I use it. Since 2003, there have been 10 Super Bowls since 2003 where one team in the Super Bowl had a bye week and the other team in the Super Bowl did not have a bye week. All right?
Okay.
The team that had the bye week in the Super Bowl is 0-10 against the spread.
Against the spread.
0-10. The spread's 1.5.
That's a good point.
So unless you think it's going to be some 0-10 against the spread and 1-8 in the game.
Okay. That makes me even happier.
1-8.
That makes me even happier.
In the game. And how about this one for you? They are the only team that won was the Pittsburgh Steelers over the Arizona Cardinals in 2009.
Interesting. Okay.
So just another little tidbit today to make you feel great that the Birds have a wonderful, wonderful chance to make Monday's edition of Kincade and Salciunas the best edition ever.
See, now this is interesting.
Which would be just wild.
You mock me with my Lifetime movie motivational factors.
Well, you do have
and yet you're giving me betting spreads.
No, what I'm telling you is...
And how that's
whoa,
for this game.
Whoa. There have been 21 Super Bowls played. I'm giving you 21 Super Bowls where in those Super Bowls, the team that had the bye week has not covered the spread in any of the 10. And they're losing. The only one that won was the Steelers. That's a huge number. For some reason, that could end up being a positive.
It could be.
Maybe the Birds are on a little bit of a roll.
I think they are.
Maybe they had a little better of a chance to get rolling there.
All right, let's play you one more clip from Jalen Hurts before we get our man Andrew Pacheco in here, who's going to be hanging out with us for an hour in the early mornings here in New Orleans. Jalen Hurts, so obviously he talked about how the flame was ignited for him. And a lot of the press conferences are about him. But he was asked about the entire team, Johnny. And here's another one of these answers. The way he has handled himself with the media the last week and a half, I respect a lot because we don't normally get this much. And maybe you're right. Maybe he's tired of talking to the same people on a daily basis, so he sees new faces, and so he's a little bit more open to answering questions a little bit differently. But here's another answer that I love from him yesterday, talking about the entire team and how they've matured and grown.
I think everyone's just matured. Everyone's been able to grow, learn from those things, and I think, last time we were here, we had a veteran group that had been here and done it before and experienced it before, and I think now we're younger, a lot younger, and so it's a matter of knowing what it takes and having an appropriate focus going into it and going into this whole week, and we've been able to finish all year, so hopefully we can find a way to muster that out again.
I mean, he's a great leader, dude. It's unbelievable.
He's a great leader.
You think the way he talks, and we've always said this, he sounds, well above his years. But you would think he's a 10-year vet.
And again, the only thing I say to that is I love that answer. And I think he's had a marvelous 2 weeks since that championship game. But if any team can finish, it's the team you face on Sunday.
Absolutely.
They can up you on, we've been finishing all year long. Well, so have they.
So have they, yeah.
They've been amazing.
I get it. All right, our man Andrew Pacheco already here, ready to go. He's going to be joining us coming up next for the entire hour. He joined us a couple of times last week, and we weren't really able to talk Eagles-Chiefs yet, right? Because it was still 2 weeks before the game. So today we get to start getting a little bit deeper into the matchup that is coming up on Sunday. Also, is there more to the talent than just talent around this team? Andrew Pacheco's in the locker room every day. He could probably speak to that better than me and my Lifetime movie and better than you. So we'll talk to Andrew Pacheco about that coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Takes a village. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO and get an extra 5% off. We've reached the midpoint of Super Bowl week, just 4 days between us and Super Bowl Sunday. And while the star players and Nick Sirianni have gotten a lot of shine so far this week, including opening night, Sirianni took to the podium yesterday and talked about the work the coordinators have done for the Birds this year.
You can't be great without the greatness of others. Coaches to players, players to coaches. And so both guys have done a phenomenal job knowing the guys a little bit in the interview process. I think we hit 2 home runs with those hires.
Takes a village to win the Super Bowl. I think that's how the expression goes. We'll see if the Birds are up for that challenge on Sunday at 6:30 p.m. We'll also get our first injury report of the week today, something to keep an eye on. Sixers beat the Mavs 118-116 last night. Joel Embiid a 29-point triple-double in his return to action. They also made a trade. Caleb Williams goes to Dallas for Quentin Grimes and a 2025 second-round pick. Sixers will play the Heat tonight at 7:30. You can hear that game here on the Fanatic. Flyers fell to the Utah Hockey Club 3-2 in overtime last night. DeCecco, Andrew, will join us coming up for the entire 7 o'clock hour. Adam Schefter, 7:55. Thomas Dimitrov at 8:40. This update's also brought to you by Corona. Join 97.5 The Fanatic this Sunday at Patty Wax on South Street, starting at 2 p.m. for the big game pregame show and watch party with Andrew and me. Enjoy $5 Coronas and $5 Modelo drafts and exclusive prizes. Don't miss out. Details at 975thefanatic.com. Please drink responsibly. I'm Connor Thomas for 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's time for Birds Playoff Conversation.
from Radio Row here in New Orleans. All of our coverage being brought to us by FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Shout out to you. Big FanDuel setup behind us.
Yeah, it's
Johnny.
gigantic.
It is huge. They got multiple TVs. They got like a football toss. They got it all.
They do.
Not as much as what we have here, though. We got even more, man. We're bringing the content, baby.
They're throwing it all over the place.
Damn right they are. All right, so we are now joined for the entire hour by our man Andrew the Checo, who's being brought to us by Tompkins Bank. All of his coverage this week, of course, here on Radio Row with us, the Mike Missanelli Show, the best show ever, is brought to you by Tompkins Bank. Andrew, good morning, brother. Welcome to New Orleans.
Guys, good morning. Great to be with you. Where better to be than Radio Row?
Super Bowl 59, dude.
What was your opinion when you first walked in, Andrew, especially for you, with this being your first time seeing all this?
So walking in the convention center, so I'll try to paint the picture for the people that are listening. We are one of like 150 tables, I'd guess.
Easily
150 tables
yeah.
And it's not just like sports talk. Like it's everything that you can imagine, and so that
CNN, Fox News.
Yeah, they got all kinds of stuff. So when I walked in, I was like, this. I can imagine, and John was telling me a little bit more, off the air. During afternoon drive, I imagine it's a zoo down here.
It's an absolute.
Because there's nobody here right now.
It's just noisy.
Yes.
Real noisy.
This is the calm before the storm.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
All right, so Andrew, you're with us, and we're excited because we get to talk a little bit more about the upcoming game today. We didn't really do that last week because you got 2 weeks before the big one. So I'm excited to talk about the game. But first, one of our topics today that we're discussing, and I want to run this by you, and I'm excited because you're in the locker room every single day, and I understand that I might be overdoing this a little bit today, but look, I don't care. Like, I understand that people always look for that extra bit of motivation. So one of the points that I'm trying to make is not only X's and O's and matchup-wise do you feel good about the Eagles' chances in this game. I also think there's a lot more to it that goes with the Birds. The constant downgrading of this team. Jalen Hurts is a quarterback. You can't win with this style of play. Nick Sirianni was called a clown on national media earlier this year. And look, we were saying it too, but he was called a clown on national TV earlier this season.
I wasn't saying it.
And so over the course of the year, there's been more and more things said about the Eagles where a part of me hopes that they can go out there and give a middle finger to a lot of people.
Yeah, I think that's actually even more. It pours more fuel on the fire because they're being slighted. They're the more talented team. They're the better coach team, in my opinion, across the board. And now Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes obviously have a high degree of success. But I have to tell you, being there yesterday on, it was Tuesday. Nick Sirianni's on a podium to kind of paint the picture. It's a ballroom, and there's chairs everywhere. There's media standing up on the sides. Everyone's handing the microphone to the next person. And in the heat of the moment, I don't think I've ever seen a more confident or more poised.
Dude, they look like they belong.
I was very impressed.
They look
I
like
was very impressed.
They are. We talked about how loose they were. We were saying that yesterday, just how they seem like a loose bunch. But Jalen Hurts, the clips that we've been playing over the last couple of days, Andrew, you covered this team. You know how hard it is to get something out of a Jalen Hurts press conference. You almost have to dive too deep into one of his quotes to try to get something out of it. We've been playing clips from him over the last week and a half, and it's like, who is this guy? Who is this open and outspoken quarterback that is owning every second of the moment right now?
Well, I had a feeling he was going to turn on the charm a little bit in front of the national audience. Let's not forget, a couple years ago, I think he said, I didn't walk through the fire just to smell the smoke. And he had a lot of those, classic Jalen Hurts lines.
Yes.
But, yeah, I think it says a lot about this team that when the stakes are highest, when the lights are bright, they're not folding up. They look comfortable. They're true to themselves, and they're unapologetically themselves. Nick Sirianni, probably the most classic example of that. And I have to think that you take their ability on the field, but you take how they are conducting themselves off the field. This is a confident bunch, and I think that counts for a lot going into a game of this magnitude.
Okay, so when the ball snapped, they kick off the game. What does that mean? I hear the two of you talking about this.
It counts.
What does it mean?
Just a couple of football guys.
Do you believe that the Chiefs, with all of their pedigree and all of their experience, you don't believe they've got every bit of the same swagger and confidence?
They absolutely do. But I think when the matchups are as even as they are, John, the team that is sort of a little bit more loose, a little bit more, you see the chemistry really shining through all season, that counts for something because you're not going to start the game and turtle up. You're going to go out there and you're going to play within yourself, play within the system, and trust the coaching and trust one another. It sounds cliche, but it does count for something.
And maybe I think back to Super Bowl 52. right? Like the Eagles were the loose team, right? And I know Lane Johnson, I think it was Lane Johnson. Did he say, like, I'd rather play in Philadelphia my entire career than New England because they're miserable up there or whatever?
Yeah,
was that Lane Johnson?
No, he did say that.
And it's like, yeah, I hear you, brother, but I would rather win multiple Super Bowls than just one. But I get what he was saying. Like, look, we had fun out there. We were loose. The Philly special, I know that the Patriots tried to trick play in that game too, but, I mean, the Philly and the Doug Peterson just going, yeah, sure. Like, they were a loose bunch in that game.
They were trailing with 5 minutes to go.
Okay, and they won.
I mean, I understand, but we make it out like we're the tight team, and the Eagles were this big loose bunch. The Eagles were losing that game with 5 minutes and some to go. I mean,
but comparatively, now we're going back to 2004.
Sure.
I thought it was palpable that the 2004 team was tight.
No question they were.
And so you can see the difference.
Hey, you want to go back further?
They didn't play as they did during the regular season.
John and I were talking about this yesterday just because we're in New Orleans, the 1980 Super Bowl.
Yeah, and you two, you wouldn't remember.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
It was, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was painful because I believe there was an interception on the third play of the game. And when the players came out for introductions, I remember Tom Kincade, my dad, saying, oh, they look scared. Like they used to do the player introductions where they would put a camera and just roll them by people, but they were standing on the sideline. They had them like on the field on game day to show their faces. My dad.
But the big story was that
they looked scared to death.
Dick Vermeil had them.
They were
locked up.
They were locked up. They didn't get to enjoy Bourbon Street.
Right, exactly. I'm not saying I need Jalen Hurts out there, putting shots down. Like, I don't need that. No, right, exactly.
And when Dick Vermeil got back to a Super Bowl in Atlanta, he let his Rams players enjoy the moment much, much more. And they were loose and they played better. Thankfully, they didn't run into any Ray Lewis after parties.
Yeah, well,
so they were lucky with that.
You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibility. So you agree, Andrew, that there is a little bit more to it. Now, it could be like the smallest percentage of what goes into this game, but you're around the team. You're talking about how loose they are and how they feel like they belong. What about the younger players? Because a lot of the guys were here on the team 2 years ago. Quinyon Mitchell was not, right? Jalen Carter was not. Cooper DeJean was not. These first and second year players, how have you seen them handle everything that's been going on this week?
They've handled it remarkably. And they played in high leverage moments in college, but also in the playoffs. The NFC title game, divisional round, look, everything they had to do to get to this point. So having players like Slay, looking at it in terms of Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, they have Slay, they have C.J. Gardner-Johnson, they have James Bradbury, who a lot of folks forget. He's also behind the scenes helping these guys, telling them what to expect, telling them how to eliminate distraction, how to focus and try to keep your routine as normal as you can. They're going to be ready for this. And even sitting there on the podium, I never once got the sense that they're like, wow, this is a little overwhelming. They conducted themselves as they have all season long. That starts with Nick Sirianni and the veteran leadership there in preparing them for these moments.
I know C.J. Gardner-Johnson got injured last year in Detroit. But do you think the locker room disintegration that went on last year would have occurred if he had been a part of this team? Because I can't help but think his energy, his swagger, has certainly helped, especially the young guys in this team.
You're spot on with that, John. And that's something that I think it was the week leading up to this game, or the last week during the media coverage, where you're hearing him and how he conducts himself in front of the media.
Right.
This is somebody that he wants to get the taste out of his mouth of losing so bad.
Yeah.
He loves being a part of this team and being a marquee player of this team and bringing everybody together. Yeah, he might be a little quirky. He might be a little bit more vocal, but guys thrive off of that. They love his energy. Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman, they love that energy.
Oh, yeah. The embraces that you've seen with them on the sideline over the last couple of weeks has been beautiful.
And let's not forget, that hit that he put on Isaiah Pacheco when he was running through the hole, that really set the tone of that game. He is going to have a really big game. He takes that loss personal, and I think a lot of the players rally around him.
Now, real quick, you've mentioned his name like twice over the last week. Last couple of times we've talked to you. Can you just tell the people what James Bradbury is up to? Because he is still around the team, and you speak of him glowingly.
Yeah, I love JB. Listen, this is a guy who's probably going to be a coach in the future.
Wow.
Probably one of the most highly intelligent players I've ever covered. He can walk you through the game and break it down so that anyone can understand it, but the fact that he has almost like a photographic memory, and he knows exactly what everybody else's assignments are. Obviously he's not on the field,
right?
But every once in a while, I've seen him twice this season. He'll be walking through the locker room. He's around. He's involved, And I think he's been instrumental. We talk about what Slay has done, what C.J. Gardner-Johnson has done in bringing these younger players along. But James Bradbury's been every bit as critical to their success.
That's awesome.
And that doesn't get a lot of mention because everybody likes to harp on the season that he had last year.
Right.
But he led in his own right. He's more of a quiet, soft-spoken guy. But when you talk about being technically sound and telling players exactly what they're seeing on what he's seeing on certain plays, I mean that's value right there.
How did he not crack the field this year?
I just think there wasn't a spot for him. There really wasn't. When you look at,
think of the dead money they spent on him.
Yeah, but remember he tried, and look, to his credit, he tried doing this. He playing safety, but who are you going to?
He didn't have a role.
Yeah,
it's tough to. I mean, even Avonte Maddox has a slight role, but he can't even get on the field.
Sure. I'm not complaining about that one.
No.
But, for example, let's just say Eli Ricks played over 300 snaps last year. He's played maybe 12 snaps all season, not even on defense. So I think that speaks to the depth.
Not complaining about that either.
I think that speaks to the depth that the Eagles have, and there just simply wasn't a role for James Bradbury.
See, Andrew DeCecco, the fellow football guys agree that there is more to the game on Sunday than just X's and O's and the matchup,
Look
Johnny.
at it. From Bala to New Orleans, we still are in sync here.
We are still in lock, man.
Fellow football guys.
All right, so we'd love to hear from you at 610-632-0975. If you just have overall thoughts on Eagles-Chiefs, have at it. We're talking about it, especially with Andrew DeCecco over the course of the hour. Coming up next, Andrew's going to talk about the Eagles' offense versus the Chiefs' defense. Nick Sirianni spoke against Steve Spagnuolo. You'll hear from head coach Nick Sirianni coming up next. But I also want to hear from you on this main topic today that we started the show off with. When you look at a game like this, I'm not talking about a Week 1 game or a Week 6 game. We're talking about the Super Bowl. Does anything else other than the rosters and the matchup mean anything to you? John's been pretty clear. He doesn't care. Like you said, once the game kicks off, you don't care about motivational factors. I do. I believe there's something to it. We'd love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. We're broadcasting live from Radio Row here in New Orleans, all brought to us by our friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. And Andrew DeCecco's hit with us today on this first day of Radio Row is brought to us by Tompkins Bank. We'll be right back here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
7 a.m. hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented by the Bet Parks app. You know they've got pre- and post-game shows with Seth Joyner and Derek Gunn live at Parks Casino every
A Wise Snack Wednesday. Callers 1 and 2 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. Will win a 20-bag variety box of Wise Snacks. Munch the good vibe on game day with Wise Snacks. And not just any game day, the big one this Sunday. Also, you win a pair of tickets to the Temple FAU game, which will be February 16th. It's a Sunday. It's the week after the big one. Temple mascot Hooter the Owl's birthday. It's at noon at the Lee Core Center. Meet local mascots, enjoy games on the concourse, and receive autographs from the players after the game. Visit owlstix.com. Callers 1 and 2 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. We're joined by Andrew DeCecco for the entire 7 o'clock hour here, and his reports all week long are presented to you by Tompkins Bank. So, Andrew, I do want to dive a little bit deeper into the game itself. We'll get to our text messages coming up in a little bit about, whether or not you pay attention to other factors going into a game, motivational factors, the way the Eagles have been talked about negatively over the course of the year. Does that do anything for you? But I want you to talk about first this Eagles offense going up against this Chiefs defense. You're going to hear from Nick Sirianni in a few minutes about going up against Steve Spagnuolo, but I would like to hear you talk about going up against Steve Spagnuolo and what he does, and maybe not over the course of the game, but at specific moments.
Look, he's going to provide a lot of pressure up the middle. He's going to try and see where Cam Jurgens is at with his back issue, where Landon Dickerson is with his knee issue. I hope to talk to Steve Spagnuolo today to see what his impressions are of the Eagles' offense. But they're going to provide a lot of pressure, and it's going to be up to Jalen to be able to diagnose where that's coming from. But they have an opportunity here, guys, I think, to move the football in the ground, as they have all season with Saquon Barkley. But over the middle is where I think they can also make some hay with tight end Dallas Goedert, taking advantage of linebacker Nick Bolton and Drew Tranquill, who had a chance to come to Philadelphia. The Eagles got Zach Bond instead. But I think that's where they're going to really be able to take their passing game to another level. I'm expecting Jalen Hurts, guys, to go out throwing the football, not to prove a point, but because I think the Eagles are going to have a much more balanced attack against this team.
You just spoke like love language to John, because just yesterday, John gave 3 reasons why you should be more confident about this game. And, John, you talked about Dallas Goedert.
Yes.
And you talked about the ground game against the leaky oil of the Chiefs' rush defense.
That's well done, John.
See, he's getting football guy status here.
They're giving up. I always had it.
You always had it. You were sleeping.
164 yards a game in their last 4 games that mattered.
Yes.
And they plus a ton to quarterbacks that scramble. I mean, Russell Wilson got 55 yards on them, which is just absolutely absurd. There is one thing, though, as far as this whole matchup with what you just said that gives me the creeps. I'm just going to tell you.
Talk to me.
When I hear about, I think Jalen's going to want to go out a point and throw the football and get a point. I think the Buffalo Bills are not here because they said, we got Josh Allen. We throw the football. When they were having great success running it, better than they were throwing it, they got in love with, we got Josh. Josh has to throw it. I think that's why they're not here.
But I don't think the Eagles are going into this game, to counter your point, saying, we have Jalen Hurts, we're going to throw the football.
You're not supposed to counter my points.
I think what they're going to say is, we have Saquon Barkley. He ran for over 2,000 yards this season. We have the best offensive line in the NFL. Let's take it to these guys. Let's try to wear them down and really control the clock. And not try to get not get overly creative, but I do think you're going to see Kellen Moore reach into his bag of tricks. I know it might be a shallow.
Does he have one?
I know it might be a shallow bag of tricks.
I think you know what it's smaller than the bag of chips they gave us on the plane yesterday.
Well, you guys get sun chips.
They're like this.
Like Dallas Goedert said, yes.
I like the Wise chips.
Like Dallas Goedert said last year, they're saving it, man.
Oh, they're saving it.
They've been saving it for the big game.
What's Kellen saving it for the Saints job?
No,
but I haven't seen any bag of tricks this year.
There were certain glimpses in the title game that you saw a little bit more of the innovation. Now, it was to a minor degree, granted, but
the sweeps and the runs with Dallas Goedert.
Look, it's more. There's more flair. There's more eye candy than you've seen all season. And I think, what are you saving it for? This has to be the game where you uncork.
Oh yeah, dude, you let it all out. Man.
Flair and eye candy are 2 words I do not attribute to Kellen Moore, and I am so disappointed.
I like those 2 words, man. Look, you could copyright that. If you want. Flair and eye candy.
I was absolutely in love with the idea of Kellen Moore before he got here. I have not been. I've not been impressed.
That's NFC champion offensive coordinator Kellen Moore to you.
I have not been impressed.
No, I mean, honestly, neither. Me either. But here's the thing. I think that you see glimpses sometimes of what he's able to do. And I would also say that they haven't been able to get as creative because the running game has been so dominant. So why go away from something that's been so successful? I think this is going to be a game that's really going to put his acumen to the test.
Point. Yeah,
hopefully.
Just keep running the ball. It works. Why have bag of tricks for throwing the football when you could just hand the ball off to Saquon? He'll rush for 180. All right, you'll hear from Nick Sirianni coming up next on what it's like going up against Steve Spagnuolo, but also maybe the bigger question is, how do you go up against the Chiefs' offense? So Andrew's going to try to break that down for us coming up next. You'll hear from Andy Reid, who spoke about Vic Fangio. So Nick Sirianni talks about Spags. Andy Reid talks about Fangio. That's coming your way next. Our man Andrew DeCecco with us for the entire hour. His report's brought to you by Tompkins Bank. And, oh, by the way, big shout-out to our friends at TrueMark Financial Credit Union. Visit TrueMark.com or one of 24 local branches to learn more. It takes a lot of people to get us down here for Radio Row and do the shows down here, so we thank everybody a part of it. Of course, the presenting sponsor of it all, FanDuel Sportsbook, and America's #1 sportsbook. We'll be right back here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Coordinators getting their shine. I'm Connor Thomas, and we've reached the midpoint of Super Bowl week, just 4 days between us and Super Bowl Sunday. As the star players, Nick Sirianni took center stage on opening night, but yesterday Nick Sirianni took to the podium and talked about how the two coordinators for the Eagles have been home run hires.
You can't be great without the greatness of others, coaches to players, players to coaches. And so both guys have done a phenomenal job knowing the guys a little bit in the interview process. I think we hit 2 home runs with those hires.
Both Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio have been great this year. They're going to have to be very great to take down the Chiefs in Super Bowl 59, 6:30 p.m. this Sunday. We should also get our first injury report of the week today, something to keep an eye on. Sixers took down the Mavs 118-116 last night. Joel Embiid had a 29-point triple-double in his return to action. Sixers also made a trade. Now, of course, it's Caleb Martin, not Caleb Williams. My mistake on that one. Going to Dallas for Quentin Grimes and a 2025 second-round pick. Sixers will play the Heat tonight at 7:30. You can hear that game live here on The Fanatic. The Flyers fell to the Utah Hockey Club 3-2 in overtime last evening. Andrew DeCecco will stay with the guys for the entire 7 o'clock hour. Adam Schefter will join us at 7:55. Thomas Dimitrov will join us at 8:40. This update was brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/Fanatic. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
4 days.
726 here on Kincade at Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, broadcasting live from Radio Row here in New Orleans. All being brought to us by FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. And we're joined by our man Andrew DiCecco for the hour. His report brought to us by Tompkins Bank. We got Adam Schefter coming up in 30 minutes, though. So we'll be speaking with Schefty, all kinds of nuggets around the NFL and the Eagles as they get set for Super Bowl 59. So can't wait to talk to Schefty coming up in a little bit as well. Real quick, I want to read this email before we get to this Nick Sirianni audio.
Okay.
And it's from Joseph Bacuto. He actually added you in the email as well.
All right, good.
He says this is a criminally overlooked Eagles narrative or storyline.
Okay.
If the Eagles win this weekend, the Eagles would have defeated Vince Lombardi in the championship.
Okay.
Bill Belichick in the Super Bowl, and Andy Reid in the Super Bowl.
The three biggest names in coaching.
And he says, and what he adds to it, saying not only did they beat the three biggest names, they did it with Buck Shaw, whose coaching record, I appreciate him for adding this, was 3 games above 500 for his career. Doug Peterson, as we know, no longer the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Didn't really go well for him after the Super Bowl. And even though Sirianni's been spectacular, he said Nick Sirianni, a name less known in Philly at the time, hiring Andy Reid.
I got you, though. Nick Sirianni, though, a top 5 or 6 all-time right now.
Yeah.
But it's only been 4 seasons. But
I think he's top 6.
I mean, he's sitting there in the top 6.
Oh, yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
But think about how it started. Nobody knew who it was. And, oh, by the way, not only did you beat those coaches if they win on Sunday, how about Brady, Mahomes, and Bart Starr?
Wow.
Like, think about that for a second. The Eagles would be taking down Titans. It has not been an easy road for the Eagles to get their Super Bowls.
That's amazing. It's
cool.
Absolutely cool.
Pretty cool. So I appreciate that email. All right, we'll get into the Eagles and how they could try to stop Patrick Mahomes or at least slow him down a second. But last segment we were talking about
DiCecco has the answer to that.
Yeah, he'd be a defensive coordinator.
You really want to listen to that.
Here was Nick Sirianni yesterday about going up against a Steve Spagnuolo-led defense.
Yeah, obviously no matter who's responsible for protection calls against the Steve Spagnuolo defense, it creates issues and challenges. At the end of the day, with a defense like the one we're playing with the great players that they have, and I just can't say enough about their coaching staff and the players that they have. I have the utmost respect for them, and obviously they've been doing this at a very high level, at the best level in the NFL for multiple years now. But I think what's important in those moments against teams like that is you have to play your rules. You have to be ready to adjust, and you have to be on the same page. Now, that's easier said than done. They make it challenging for you. But this is what you prepare for in training camp. This is what you prepare for during OTAs, meaning you play your rules and you adjust to the different things that are coming at you. And when you're good on offense, my experience has been is when you're good on offense, you watch the tape, you get ready for the tape, but you got to expect the unexpected. And that's the definition of his defense, of the confusion that he creates. So we'll have to be on it. We've had a good week and a half of preparation so far. We got to finish that off to give us an opportunity to be successful against him.
He's had such a great a great run of answers.
He's been outstanding.
Yeah, but what is it? Like, what is it?
He's just more comfortable, and he's learned and grown and evolved as a head coach, just like we all grow and evolve in our respective jobs.
I'm waiting to see that out of both of you.
We can say the same about you, but that's either here or there. But now he has had a remarkable stretch of press conferences, not giving too much, not becoming overly emotional, and I just think he conveys confidence every time he speaks.
I do wonder, John, we always talk about how he got sent to the principal's office after the Cleveland
After the
fiasco.
Cleveland game, right.
We always talk about it like he went into the principal's office and was just told stop doing it. What if it was I love you, man, but I need you to tone it down a little bit. It could have been like a reassuring, hey, you're our coach.
That's what you think it was?
It could. I don't know. I wasn't in the office.
After the meltdown of screaming at fans and getting into that on the field.
Do you think Laurie just yelled and screamed at him?
No, but I think it was more of the lines of get your head out of your collective backside and act like an adult.
But maybe they then added you're our coach. We want you to be here. We want you to succeed. We're not looking to move on from you. And maybe he got some sort of reassurance from ownership. I don't know.
I think at that point, after all they put up with last year, and then they brought him back against the majority, if you say 51% of the fan base, I think that it was probably much more stern. much less put an arm around him and go, Nick, we're going to give you another shot. I think it was more as, oh my gosh, would you just stop?
I've said it on this program before, but I think coming off that Browns game was the turning point in the season. When the Eagles go up to MetLife, they win 28-3. Saquon Barkley has a field day, but that was the fork in the road, right? Because they could have went either way.
It was.
They could, knowing that the talk that whole week was about his antics. It was about everything other than them winning the Cleveland game coming off the bye week. And the Eagles go and they take it to the New York Giants. I think that right there spoke to his temperature in the locker room and how his message was relating to his players.
I think, too, that video that came from the mic'd up in that game when he went over to Saquon, and Saquon had a chance to set the record, you saw the connection between him and Saquon Barkley. That was really, really good.
Yeah.
Great answer from Saquon. But, to say, hey, let the other kids in.
No, absolutely.
But I think it reflected well on both of them.
It sure did, yeah.
So there's Nick Sirianni talking about Spags. And, look, obviously Steve Spagnuolo deserves all the respect in the world, but hey, we got a pretty good defensive coordinator on our end with Vic Fangio. So here's Andy Reid talking about Vic Fangio and what it's like going up against his defense, and then we'll talk about what the Eagles defense can try to do to stop or slow down the Chiefs offense led by Patrick Mahomes.
Facing Vic Fangio, we've faced him at Denver, Miami, and the Eagles in the same year. I feel like we've gone against each other a lot for a lot of years here, and we're fortunate to have Steve Spagnuolo, but I tell you that Vic is one of those guys. He's just one of those real creative defensive minds that's survived a long time in this league. He's been time-tested, and he has the trust of his players here.
All right, so you said, Andrew, that if you're the Eagles offense, you'd run the ball and try to expose the middle of the field against the Chiefs defense.
Mm-hmm.
What can the Eagles defense do to try to slow down as best as possible the Kansas City offense led by Patrick Mahomes?
Well, they're going to have to double Travis Kelce. And I think, and we talked about this, Cooper DeJean is going to be, in my opinion, the most critical player on the Eagles defense.
Wow.
Because when you look at the success rate that they had targeting Oren Burks last year, that's on tape. They put that out there. I also don't think that Reed Blankenship can do it by himself. I think you're going to see an amalgam of players try to tackle that assignment.
That's a good word. That is a great word that you're dropping on us this morning.
But that's why I think that Cooper DeJean is best equipped to do it without having to devote multiple players. So, long story short, I think that their best opportunity to slow down that attack is to muddy up the middle of the field and make sure that they're making tackles in open space, but also accounting for Travis Kelce and his ability to really threaten the mid-range throws.
They're going to try to, at some point, I would figure, try to go after some of the youngsters on this Eagles. And you're talking about Cooper DeJean. What about Quinyon Mitchell? You think they're just looking at the tape and saying, this kid's been too good. We're not going to worry about trying to test him early in a big game?
I wouldn't be surprised if he sort of is assigned to tackle the Xavier Worthy assignment, because I think if you're the Kansas City Chiefs, their objective is going to be to isolate Xavier Worthy on Slay.
Right.
They're going to try and test him and see where he's at from a long speed perspective. Yeah. And I think that this is where Quinyon Mitchell is going to come up really big. And look, Xavier Worthy has not really threatened vertically despite having otherworldly speed. He's been more of their gadget type of guy, more of their mid-range player. But I think in this game, they're going to try it deep because, look, unscattered looks, this is what they're going to try and do. But I think Quinyon Mitchell will have that assignment.
All right, I know we have texts coming in. We'll get to those next. If you have any questions for Andrew DeCecco, you can text them in now at 610-632-0975.
Address them to Andrew, the football guy.
Yeah, the football guy, Andrew DeCecco.
Just to differentiate between these two.
So if you have any questions for him, send them in now. And, of course, if you just want to continue to add to our topics today, you can as well. It's 610-632-0975. So we'll get questions for Andrew. He's got one more segment with us. Don't forget Adam Schefter is going to be joining us coming up at 7:55. We got today's headlines with Connor Thomas around 8:15. So plenty in store for you still as we broadcast live here in New Orleans on Radio Row. It's been a lot of fun so far today, and it's going to be a lot of fun all week long as we're going to bring you all kinds of coverage, and it's all brought to us by our friends at FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook, and a big thank you to TrueMark Financial Credit Union. Visit TrueMark.com or one of the 24 local branches to learn more. It's Kincade and Salciunas, another segment with Andrew DeCecco here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Birds Insider pregame show. Bigger and 97.5 The Fanatic.
All righty, we're going to be joined by Adam Schefter in about 15 minutes, but we are still joined by our man Andrew DeCecco here as we broadcast live from Radio Row in New Orleans. All of Andrew DeCecco's hits on the station this week provided you by Tompkins Bank. Now, Andrew, I know we got a couple of questions coming in for you. So if you have more questions for Andrew, as he's got one more segment with us, you can quickly text them in at 610-632-0975. I'm curious, Connor, what are one of the questions that football guy Andrew DeCecco is receiving this morning as we're getting closer and closer to Wednesday? We've reached the midweek point of the week of Super Bowl 59. What do we got?
So we have a check-in here from Mark in the Lehigh Valley who asks, Saquon got away with some pass-blocking holds against Washington. Does it concern you that Saquon will have to absorb many blitz schemes from Spags? And do you think the linebackers will try to hit him harder when he blocks?
That's a great question from Mark from the Lehigh Valley. Look, Saquon Barkley all season long, let's not lose sight. Let's not look at one game and boil it down to that, because I think he's done an exceptional job in pass protection. Moreover, Kenny Gainwell has also done a really good job.
Yes.
The Eagles running backs have made that a focal point in training camp and all season long in terms of their detail, their foot placement, their hand placement. I think that's going to be a point of emphasis this week, knowing that there's going to be a lot of pressure they're going to send up the middle. And I would expect Saquon to be ready, because Saquon has the body structure, as we all know, and the strength to stand in there, but it becomes knowing where that pressure is coming from, and that's something that I assume that they're going to be dialing in on this week.
I do think that, I wonder, can you work an officiating crew before a Super Bowl with, like, propaganda like that? Because the Chiefs seem very offended by the whole narrative of the refs
the officiating's been offended. Goodell had his statement.
Yeah, I was going to say, the commissioner
the NFL officials, I forget, whoever runs the NFL officials, the officiating for the NFL, they actually put out a statement too.
My guess is, because of all this negative publicity, they're going to say, let him play, boys.
I think so, too.
Does that favor the Eagles?
Absolutely it does.
So you say it does.
They let him play 2 years ago until the Bradbury. I know technically by the rule book.
Technically by the rule, it
but
was.
But remember, the biggest problem with that game was all game they let stuff like that slide. And then all of a sudden, in one of the biggest moments of the game, the flag goes down the field.
So you say it benefits the Eagles if they let him play.
When you're the more physical team, which the Eagles are, and you're not going to over-legislate with penalties, yeah, that heavily favors the Eagles if that's the way that they call it.
All right, I'm excited that we get to talk to you like many, many more times over the course of the week, but a question just hit me that I want to run by you.
Talk to me.
We've talked about, the bag of tricks that will be, coming out from the Eagles. Maybe. We'll see. We don't know how deep that bag is from Kellen Moore. What can the Eagles do that they've been doing all year that works against this Chiefs team?
Run the football.
Like, just, seriously. Stick with it, right?
Run the football. Don't get overly
creative. Stick with it is clue, though.
Yeah, but the Eagles have stuck with it. In past years, they've diverted from their plan when it's so successful, and they take to a pass-heavy attack, which all of a sudden drive stall, and that's where the inefficiencies start to surface. But I wouldn't overcomplicate the game plan, guys. I would go in there if I'm Kellen Moore, rely on your offensive line. That is a big reason why you're even playing on this platform, and just try to wear this team down. You're the more physical team. You're the bully style, the Broad Street bullies, that mentality, and I think that's what they're going to have to lean on in these type of games. And I think Saquon Barkley, guys, is going to have a really big game. I would assume 90-plus rushing yards, and he's going to find the end zone.
All right, we brought you here for a bunch of reasons, but how much of an idea are you going to be able to garner about the health of the offensive line?
Good word. Well, there's not a whole lot because we don't see practice this week.
Yeah.
But you can tell based on demeanor. You can tell based on how they're walking and the media availabilities. Look, I think I've gone on record with you guys, and I firmly believe that both players are going to be playing and starting in this game. Look, it's the Super Bowl. Cam Jurgens played 27 snaps in the NFC title game when he was bagged up. Now he had an extra week to kind of recover from that. They're not going to be operating at 100%. No player is at this point. But I think they're going to have a full arsenal of their offensive line, and they're remarkably healthy across the board, sans the Kobe Dean.
Now, you mentioned Kenneth Gainwell not long ago. He's good to go, right?
He's still in concussion protocol.
Right.
But I would
assume... Is this like the Hurts concussion protocol where he was still in concussion protocol, but the second they tested him, he was good?
I would say that the fact that he was at media night, the opening night, and it's loud. It's a loud environment. It's a raucous environment. The fact that he was there for 90 minutes and being in that exposed to that, that tells you that he's probably trending towards being okay in clearing protocol. I would assume that he's going to be playing. Look, that's my most underrated player in the Philadelphia Eagles. He does a lot of things well. He's just a good football player, and I think they're going to have him on Sunday.
Do you see him much on Sunday? Because Saquon's been playing even more. Three down. He's always a 3-down back, but we haven't seen Saquon pull himself out of a game as much as we did in the regular season.
Sirianni and Kellen Moore, they love Kenny Gainwell. Jalen Hurts loves Kenny Gainwell. They trust him. He's going to have a role, possibly on third downs, even in the red zone. He's so efficient at sort of burrowing underneath and getting the dirty yards.
Love that.
He does a lot of the dirty work, and I think that there's a lot of trust and confidence that they can lean on him in critical moments.
Are you guys superstitious?
Oh, is it
I'm
a
little? I'm not superstitious for anything, although the number 87 has continuously come up.
Really?
87 here.
87 our table.
You know,
there you go.
1987 was my price on something.
Yeah,
okay. I've been listening to Whitesnake 87 a lot lately.
That's not a good thing.
Well,
who's the tight end of
Travis Kelce?
Well, yesterday we were flying, and I got a notice from my wife.
Oh, this is awesome.
In our home down in the Kincade. I have a Spectre Sports, the Spectre art, which is just beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
That was created after the Birds won Super Bowl 52.
Mm-hmm.
And I have one of the 52 numbered, signed editions of that in canvas. Beautiful piece. Yesterday, while I was flying in the air, it fell off the wall. It fell off the wall down in the Kincade.
And
I said...
It was then put back up and fell again, right?
Yes, exactly. So here's what I'm saying. Is that a good omen or a bad omen that a Super Bowl, the number one thing that I purchased, that like memorabilia thing that I purchased after Super Bowl 52 fell off the wall?
I say good.
I think it's good. And the number 87 that keeps coming up no matter what I'm doing, that might not be a bad sign either. It could be that they take him out of the game.
Could be.
Depends on how you perceive it. But I'm not typically superstitious.
I say it's good because now it means it's time to replace
to put something else
and put a new one up
Look
there.
at that. And look, Cooper DeJean, as we've been talking about.
Right.
I already told Spectre. I already told Spectre what they need to do. At the party the other night, I told them what they need to do.
It's good work, buddy.
When the Birds win their second Super Bowl.
I love that.
I better get a part of it, share of it.
Andrew, great work, man. We appreciate it as always. You'll be with us every single day while we're down here, so we're excited for it. And it's all brought to us by Tompkins Bank. Thanks, brother.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up next, Adam Schefter. He'll be calling in. He doesn't want to walk around here like a member of the Beatles. So
crazy.
Adam Schefter will be calling in as we broadcast live here in New Orleans from Radio Row, presented to us by FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. We'll be right back here on Kincade and Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Both sides of the ball working. I'm Connor Thomas, and we've reached the midway point of Super Bowl week. Just 4 days between us and Super Bowl Sunday, and the star players have gotten a lot of the shine. Nick Sirianni as well, but you need both sides of the ball working in a game of this magnitude. And Nick Sirianni talked about how the coordinators have been exceptional this year for the Birds.
You can't be great without the greatness of others, coaches to players, players to coaches. And so both guys have done a phenomenal job knowing the guys a little bit in the interview process. I think we hit 2 home runs with those hires.
And so far, it's looked that way, but the biggest game of the year needs them to both be at their best. Fangio, Moore, they'll be a big part of the game on Sunday, 6:30 p.m., Super Bowl 59. We also should get our first injury report of the week today, something to keep an eye on for sure. Sixers took down the Mavs 118-116 last night. Embiid, 29-point triple-double in his return to action. They also made a trade. Caleb Martin goes to the Dallas Mavericks for Quentin Grimes and a 2025 second-round pick. Flyers fell to the Utah Hockey Club 3-2 in overtime last night. We'll talk to Adam Schefter of ESPN coming up next. Thomas Dimitrov, former NFL GM, at 8:40. This update's brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. At Mercedes-Benz, there's a reason they go the extra mile. From testing their vehicles to creating AI that can anticipate your needs on the road, they demand that every car is worthy of their star because it's Mercedes-Benz. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
7:55 on Kincade at Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, as we broadcast live from Radio Row here in New Orleans. And all of our coverage is brought to us by FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And we're about to head to the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. He is brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. And let me not forget to say you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station. Broadcasting live, I said it wrong last time, not from the Comcast Business Studio powering possibilities, through the Comcast Business Studios here on Radio Row, Johnny.
We tried to use his credit card last night at dinner. We, and put it on the Schefter account. They wouldn't take it. So if he gets a fraud alert, Adam Schefter knows what happened. Good morning, Adam from New Orleans. We're here with you. How are you? I think they got to punch him up.
Yeah, you got to punch him up there, Connor.
Come on, guys.
It's not right. I got you. There he is. Don't worry. I can use a laptop still. Shefty, good morning. What's going on, man?
I got that fraud alert, and I put an immediate stop to your dinner right away.
That was very disappointing. I was really looking forward to it,
Yeah, I mean,
Shefty.
seriously.
Shefty, so we're here at Radio Row, and it's quiet here in the morning, but we know how busy it gets. And I'm not even talking about us as media members. I'm talking about the players themselves. And by all reports, like our man Andrew DeCecco, who covers the Birds for Inside the Birds, he's saying that every single Eagles player looks poised and looks like they're owning the moment. Have you gotten that sense when you've been doing your work around New Orleans this week?
Well, look, some of these guys have been through this before, right? They've been to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, and the Chiefs also have been through this, and it's routine to them. And I think people have seen so much of this, and they know what this is about. And people have been exposed to big-time events, a lot of these college players that the Eagles have, too. And I know it's the Super Bowl, but it's not like the first rodeo for a lot of these guys. So I guess, I mean, I've been around them a little bit. It seems pretty regular to me.
We were talking earlier about, all the pedigree of the Chiefs, the poise of the Chiefs, the we've been here, done that, bought the T-shirt. But how much does that matter, do you believe, Adam, once a game kicks off? A game of this magnitude especially.
I think it's great conversation. I think people are talking about it. I think we try to make an angle of it. The truth of the matter is, I don't think it matters all that much. I think there are some little intricate, small things that do matter. I mean, it is a longer halftime show. You have to be used to sitting in your locker room for twice the amount of time, while Kendrick Lamar is out there. So there are slight differences. There's certainly all the excitement and adrenaline of a week where you have to try to pace yourself a little bit. But, yeah, I think if they go out there and Saquon rips off a long run for a touchdown to start the game, I don't think that experience of having them in a Super Bowl matters all that much.
How do teams prepare for everything else that goes on? Do they just rely on the veterans that have been there before? Do they try to bring in outside parties to talk about it, like previous Super Bowl champions from that organization? What goes into the preparation of Super Bowl week before the big game?
Again, I just think that there have been so many people who have been so exposed to this that they know that it's a whole production. They know it's a different kind of week. They know it's a different kind of game. They know there's different stakes at hand and different attention and different energy levels and more guests coming to the game. You're getting these Super Bowl tickets and you're traveling down and you're gone for the week and you're practicing it at a different, it's just a different experience. But like I said, I just think back to when I covered the Broncos back in the mid-'90s, and I think back then, everything was still growing. The Super Bowl as an event itself was still growing. And it grew at a rapid pace. But the Super Bowl in 2025, I mean, it can't be, the event itself can't be all that different than the event that happened in 2005. It just can't be. It's evolved, it's morphed, but I think people know what the whole week is about, and they're mentally and physically ready for it.
When Nick Sirianni and his coaching staff are huddling up this week trying to come up with a plan, and you're going up against a guy like Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo. You got veteran coaches who've been there, exactly, been there and done that. Is it more likely that they will say, hey, we got to come up with some new wrinkles to throw at them that they're not expecting? Or is it, let's dance with what brung us to the big game and see if they can stop it?
John, I'm not a huge X's and O's guy, but what I would say is that it's probably a little bit of both. You're probably going to stick with what got you there, your bread and your butter, but you're going to mix in a Philly special along the way, something to that effect, right, that nobody saw coming, that you think might work, that you can see on tape there is a certain tendency that another team might have. But they'd be crazy not to, run the tush-push and run the ball with Saquon and the short little slants to AJ and Devon. Like, that's what they do. It's not going to change that. It's not going to come out here, and run the popgun offense at the bump. Like, it's just not going to happen. So they may see something that had some success against Kansas City by another team, and maybe they take a play or two and they sprinkle it in. But they come up with a game plan, for the Super Bowl, a 2-week event. They did that last week, and they install it. And I think everything's ready to go by the time they head down to New Orleans, and then you just spend the week going over it and trying to perfect it, making sure that everybody's comfortable with it.
Schefter, what is the life of a player like during this week? I mean, we talk about, obviously, all the media obligations, but do you know, are guys more hunkered down? Are guys more trying to stay loose? We've talked about how the Eagles players, at least, look a lot more loose, especially looser compared to 2 years ago. So what kind of goes through the daily process of a player throughout this week?
Well, I think you're trying to keep it as normal as possible. And the truth of the matter is, and I was thinking of this, the teams make it so easy. Like, the players don't have to worry about much of anything other than, getting their families to the game. Like, the travel schedule is coordinated. Here's your itinerary. Here's your room. Like, the meals. Like, the bus. Like, it couldn't be more simplistic. And the teams make it such for their players so that they don't have anything to think and worry about. That's the whole hope and goal of having so many people in the Eagles and the Chiefs organizations that work at this. Their job is to make the players as happy and comfortable as possible. That's their job, to make sure this trip goes without incident. And, like, even yesterday, I'm walking on the street, and my hotel is a few blocks from the Eagles Hotel. Like, the police presence and everything.
It's everywhere. Yeah, it is.
It's crazy, right?
Not just police presence. We got National
Guard with the big guns. I like it.
Yeah. No, it's like, I walked up the street yesterday for Starbucks. I'm like, trying to get back. I can't get across the street because there's all these police motorcycles coming. Like, it's crazy.
Well, they're there protecting you too, Adam. I mean, they know you're here. Hey, I'm just wondering, did they block Zillow in the Eagles team hotel? Because I'm a little worried about the offensive coordinator getting caught up in, well, where are we going to live, honey? Where should we move to? This is going to be great. You're tripling your salary. This is going to be amazing. I worry about everything. Am I worrying too much about an offensive coordinator moving to be a head coach, reportedly?
Well, again, he's going to be their head coach if they can get a contract worked out after the Super Bowl. And why wouldn't they? Because I don't know exactly what Kellen Moore makes, but he's making, I'm going to guess,
he makes 2.5.
I think that's low.
So he makes 2.5 now.
Right. I think he makes more than that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow. That's the reported number. That's great then. Kellen's got to go big then.
That reported number is not right.
Okay.
I believe that number is 4. That's what I believe.
Whoa. Then what's it going to take to get him as a head coach? 10? 9?
Yeah. 10. His salary would be 10 or 11 with the Saints.
Congratulations.
Good for Kellen Moore then. Good for him.
But again, hold on. All these rookie head coaches this year, everybody is right in the neighborhood of, like, Ben Johnson's at 13, okay? And the other guys are in a range of 10 to 12-ish, okay?
Boy, what's Nick Sirianni going to demand going into his at the end of this year?
Well, he's I don't know what he's at right now.
He was at 7. 5 years, $7 million deal when he signed.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you this: his timing was perfect, and if he wins the Super Bowl, it's perfect because, even if he doesn't, he's still in a position for a new deal. But if he wins the Super Bowl,
oh my gosh!
Like Ben Johnson got 13. So what is Nick going to be worth if he wins the game? Like all these rookie head coaches.
That's amazing.
Shefty, I have one more question for you about.
Hold on a second. Back to before a sec. So Kellen Moore, I believe, is a lot closer to 4 than 2.5.
Okay.
And I believe all these rookie head coaches, they're making, let's just call it 10 to 13.
Wow.
Okay. 13's on the high side. More people around 10. Okay. So if you're the Saints, you're Kellen Moore, and you're trying to get a deal done, and you're the Saints, you know that deal. Let's just call it 10. Okay. It might be 11, but let's call it 10. Okay. You're telling me that Kellen Moore is not going to get a deal done for $10 million?
Wow. Good for him. No, good for him. I'm happy for him.
By the way, that's not going to happen. Like, the Saints aren't coming in to offer 9. They're going to offer 10, maybe 11, okay? But we'll call it 10. So if you had a chance to take your salary from 4 to 10, and by the way, the Eagles going to give him a raise to stay to what, 5? Like, to make him the highest bid? Okay, you're not going to pay him more than 5 as an offensive. So, assuming that they can figure that out, and the Saints are going to play everything by the book, of course, because they don't want to do what the Cardinals did with Jonathan Gannon, and they don't want to risk the wrath of the league. But assuming they get it worked out, you tell me how and why Kellen Moore would not be the head coach of the New Orleans Saints.
Shefty, one more thing for you. We appreciate the time as always. A lot of the talking point from the Eagles the last couple of weeks, specifically Nick Sirianni, has been about overcoming adversity. And, John and I talk about this a lot. The adversity, some of it, was caused by their own doing, right? The screaming at the fans and, the reported disconnect between Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. And so they have overcome the adversity that a lot of them have created themselves. How often do you see a team that looked like it was on shaky ground overcome that to the point where they play in the Super Bowl?
I've seen it. It happens. And I think that's the story of most Super Bowl champions. The Dallas Cowboys, when Emmitt Smith held out, started 0-2. In 93, I believe it was. Emmitt re-signs. They come in. They go on a tear. And they win the Super Bowl. The San Francisco 49ers in 1995 opened 2-3, I believe. Were reeling. And they got blown out, if I'm not mistaken, in Week 5 by the Philadelphia Eagles in San Francisco. If we go back and look, this is off the top of my head. I want to see how my memory is because I'm at dinner last night and there's people coming over to say hello, and I'd say to my friend, who's that? I can't remember who that is that I spoke, but I remember that in 1995, in the 5th game of the year, the Eagles dismantled the 49ers. John, can you look it up? Because I want to see if I'm right. And so the Niners bounced back and won the Super Bowl that year. So I think it's more common than you think that a team struggles early on. That's why the whole idea is, to get the ship righted, to get yourself positioned, to turn it around, and go from there. I don't think it's uncommon. The best teams do that all the time.
By the way, Shefty, you are correct.
Oh, my gosh.
However, it was the 1994 season.
You were off.
You're missing a step, Shefty. You're having too many drinks on
None
Bourbon
of this misinformation on this show, Mr. Schefter.
I think they beat them 40-8 in Week 5.
It was 40-8 Week 5.
It was.
Man, on fire.
You are very
Shefty.
good there, Shefty.
What was the weather that day? Listen, man, we appreciate the time as always. Thank you.
Hold on. Honestly, that was the score that day?
Yeah,
40-8. It was 40-8, and I think it was rainy. I think it was rainy, actually.
Like this, honestly, why would that be?
Because you're a sociopath.
Yeah, but we all are
about this
jersey
stuff.
Numbers. We shouldn't remember half the stuff that we do.
You're crazy about this
stuff. But when my wife tells me to go pick something up from the grocery store, I usually forget what it is.
But by the way, I think that many of us dedicated hardcore, guys who grew up with sports, meaning you remember draft picks, you remember years, you remember games, you remember those things, right? And so At that point, I'm a beat writer, and I'm tracking Mike Shanahan coming to Denver, and that was the year that the 49ers had a number. And I just remember everything about it. I don't know. Weird. I don't know why, but I do.
Schefter, you're the best, man. We appreciate the time as always, and we can't wait to talk to you next week, and hopefully it's following a victory for the Eagles on Super Bowl 59. We appreciate the time as always.
Hey, guys, good luck to you this week, and good luck to your Eagles, and good luck to the city of Philadelphia and everybody that will be tuned in to watch Super Bowl 59 on Sunday.
You're the man, Schefter. There he is, Adam Schefter from ESPN on the Comcast Business Hotline, brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. All right, coming up next, we'll check our text line about any of our topics today. Also, today's headlines with Connor Thomas. We reset the show. Busy day of Kincade and Salciunas live from Radio Row in New Orleans, brought to us by FanDuel, America's #1 sports. We'll be right back here on 97.5 The Fanatic. 8:15 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, as we broadcast live from Radio Row in New Orleans. Big thank you to FanDuel Sportsbook for making this possible. Also, our friends at TrueMark Financial Credit Union. Visit TrueMark.com or one of the 24 local branches to learn more. So we just had Schefter on, and it's interesting. You know, the last question we asked him was about the adversity and overcoming it. And look, first off, it's amazing how he can just throw out a score of a game from Week 5 in 1994. But that's besides the point. He says every champion team usually overcomes some sort of adversity caused by themselves, whether it's holdouts and contracts, as he mentioned, or bad starts to season and trying to create identities. And, you know, that's why we always talk about the first 4 weeks is the continuation of the preseason. I know it's a little bit different today compared to 1994, where they were playing more than 4 preseason games. Were they still playing 6 back then?
I think they were still. They were 4 by that time.
But it's amazing. I mean, look, this Eagles team, I get it. We talk about how they created it themselves. Absolutely. But we have seen teams not overcome it.
We have.
And this team that is competing in the Super Bowl in just a couple of days, they've overcome a lot, man.
I just am looking past that as saying I'm glad that they have cleaned up their mess.
Yes.
They've cleaned up their mess. I'm glad that they have.
Listen.
I'm inspired by what they've done, and I do believe, and I heard Mike Missanelli in a promo during the break, I do believe, without question, this is the best Eagles team I've ever seen.
It's amazing.
I don't think it's close either.
No, and this is the beginning of what could be multiple times. They got to win on Sunday first. All right, it is time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What do we got, Connor?
All right, so Sixers had a little bit of action yesterday. They had a nice win last night. Joel Embiid, a 29-point triple-double, but also made a trade
for him.
Caleb Martin goes to the Dallas Mavericks. They get back Quentin Grimes as a second-round pick. Any thoughts on what the Sixers are doing ahead of the NBA trade deadline?
I mean, the Quentin Grimes thing, we'll see. The guy's a decent three-point shooter. I don't understand what the Mavs are doing for Caleb Martin, honestly. He's a playoff player. That's what the Sixers brought him in for. So that also tells me that they fell out of favor with Caleb Martin. They must not like what he does with this team or something. Because I thought that was a decent pickup at the time.
I wish they would just the Sixers were just going to be honest with us and realize that don't double down. Don't rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic. This team isn't winning anything.
Right.
This team is not winning anything. And as currently constructed, they're not even close.
And you and I have talked about
it. Being in the conversation.
If Paul George is available, or if the Warriors are calling on Paul George, I'm making that deal.
And there is a lot of chatter about that.
And you get young for next year again.
You
have to. You got old way too quickly. All right, sorry that was a quick
that's today's headlines.
Yeah, that was a quick headline. Well, Schefter was he really wanted to talk about Kellen Moore's
He was
salary.
loquacious.
He was
very
really wanted to get into his salary there. So
by the way, his reported salary is 2.4. So Schefter giving us some inside info.
That's good work by Schefter. We appreciate that. All right, coming up next, we'll reset the show. We'll play the audio from Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts that we played way back in the 6 o'clock hour today about how much adversity they've overcome, the doubt that they have gone through or have heard over the years, or specifically this season. And does that mean something to you as an Eagles fan? Do you look into that kind of stuff going into the Super Bowl, or are you only looking at matchups? We'll reset the topic that we got into earlier today. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Great coaching on display. I'm Connor Thomas, and we've reached the midpoint of Super Bowl week. Just 4 days between us and Super Bowl Sunday, and we've been talking a lot about the star players on both sides, head coaches, but the coordinators absolutely deserve some credit on either side. When you have a Super Bowl team, you have some great coaching around the head coaches, and that's what Nick Sirianni talked about yesterday.
You can't be great without the greatness of others, coaches to players, players to coaches. And so both guys have done a phenomenal job knowing the guys a little bit in the interview process. I think we hit 2 home runs with those hires.
And both Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore, those home runs that Nick Sirianni talks about, they're going to need to be at their best to take down the Chiefs in Super Bowl 59. Coming your way 6:30 p.m. this Sunday. We should also get our first injury report of the week today, something to keep an eye on. Sixers beat the Mavs 118-116 last night. Joel Embiid, 29-point triple-double. Caleb Martin gets traded as well. He goes to Dallas for Quentin Grimes, a 2025 second-round pick. You can hear Sixers Heat tonight at 7:30 right here on The Fanatic. Flyers fell to the Utah Hockey Club 3-2 last last night in overtime. We'll talk to Thomas Dimitrov coming up at 8:40. This update is brought to you by the Hand and Stone Massage. Roses, chocolates, predictable. This Valentine's Day, give a gift from Hand and Stone. Save $30 on a 1-hour massage or facial, or get $60 off our Serenity package. Go online or visit one of our 60 spas in the area to purchase today. Restrictions apply. See spa for details. Go ahead and check them out. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8:26 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, as we broadcast live from New Orleans here on Radio Row. I hope you're proud of me. I've been saying the Eastern Time all day today. I have not made the mistake because the majority of our listeners are Eastern Standard Time.
The vast majority.
Yeah, so I'm appeasing to the audience today, Johnny.
Okay, I can look at my iPad too. I'm very impressed with you.
No, my laptop's at 7:26 because we're an hour behind.
Well, here's what you can do. You can change it so it's Eastern.
Oh, well, no, that's why we got the little clock there, the little digital clock.
That's nice of Mike and Jen to set that up.
By the way, we're here on Radio Row, and we got our first in-person guest coming up, not Andrew DeCecco. Andrew DeCecco's family. I don't look at him as a guest.
No, I don't
either. He's family.
He's the guest that won't leave Thanksgiving dinner.
Coming up at 8:40, Thomas Dimitriev's going to be joining us. And you know Thomas.
Dimitrov.
See, well, this is why you're going to set him up.
Yes.
You know him well from your time in Atlanta.
He had to deal with me for 13 seasons.
Yeah, God bless him.
Seriously, you're not even three.
I haven't even been a
year
in. But I'm excited to talk to him because this Eagles team, as much as we love, Saquon Barkley and a lot of the additions that they made this offseason, they have so much success through the draft. And I'm curious, and you could probably talk to this even, obviously at the same level, I would say, as Thomas. I don't want to, speak out of turn here, but there is a little bit of a concern sometimes of drafting Georgia Bulldogs players because it's not like it's always the cleanest.
Now this could be
program.
This could be a sad problem because Thomas did not draft Georgia players.
I know that. But is there a concern of drafting certain players from certain schools? Because obviously every year you find out something's going on with the program. A player got in trouble doing this, doing that. The Eagles drafted 4 within 2 years.
That's because they did their homework and they got down into the weeds with Kirby Smart and his coaching staff to find out who these players were.
Right.
And by the way, it paid off.
No, it absolutely has. But is there a concern? How many times have you heard about
off-field issues or something like that?
And especially when a guy's around people they're comfortable with.
Well, the one thing is, though, the only guy out of the Georgia Dogs that are part of the Birds is Jalen Carter that had anything that people were saying would have been a red flag. Most of the guys, Nolan Smith and Nakobe Dean especially, Jordan Davis, they were considered model citizens.
Absolutely, yeah.
The only thing they ever got on Jordan about was a little bit about the weight, which he finally got under control this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
And obviously, and the amount of misinformation around Jalen Carter has been honestly criminal.
Right. Well, and a lot of people are attacking it now because he's in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
they
also,
don't know the story.
We got to remember 5. Don't leave Keely Ringo off the list.
Keely Ringo, yeah, and they added who was the player that they added a couple of weeks ago? Yes, so there's 6. A lot of them, man.
Love the Dogs.
All right, so just to reset today's topic today, we'll check the text line on it. I went on in this. I just had this great feeling this morning. Well, it was last night when I was putting together.
You only slept an hour and a half. How could you have a great feeling this morning?
Dude, I am.
I don't understand it.
I'm living. I'm high on life, Johnny.
You're like a vampire.
I am high on life. I get to talk about my Philadelphia Eagles on Radio Row before Super Bowl 59. Like,
that's exciting.
I am high on life right now, man.
You will nap later.
Yeah, probably. So I had this feeling last night about, all the X's and O's that we've talked about, the matchup, and how the Eagles are the better roster. Maybe not the better pedigree team, but the better roster. And then I start thinking about pedigree. And I go, yeah, the Chiefs have more. But let's not act like the Eagles as a franchise do not. And I'm not talking about over the course of 25 years. I'm talking about over the course of 7 years, or as you were saying earlier, 8 seasons.
8 seasons, yes.
They've been in the Super Bowl 3 times. There are people from that 2017-18 Super Bowl team that are on this team now. There are a lot of people that were on the Super Bowl team 2 years ago that are here now. And it's not just pedigree from playing in the NFL Super Bowls. Pedigree of, we just talked about the Georgia Bulldogs, the SEC title games, the national championship games. There's a lot of pedigree for individuals on this team. Then I start thinking about the disrespect that a lot of players and coaches got over the course of the year. Some of it, they did that to themselves. Like we talked about Nick Sirianni.
Good.
He was called a clown on the national stage because he was acting like one during that Cleveland Browns game.
He earned every bit of it.
But he overcame that. Jalen Hurts has overcome being called a running back and not a quarterback because they hand the ball off. Oh, man, he doesn't throw the ball well. And then when it's time for him to throw the football well, he does it. There's also a motivational factor to try to prove a lot of people wrong. I am hoping that on Sunday, it's a middle finger to the world game from the Philadelphia Eagles.
I said it before the NFC Championship game, and I think I was exactly right. that I said it was going to be the Jalen Hurts.
You did.
Middle finger game.
Yep.
And I think it was. On Sunday, I don't care about personal agendas. I care about the team agenda being carried out. I don't want them doing things to show us that, hey, Jalen's going to show everybody that he can throw it. I don't want enough personal agendas at play. Let's get down to just having the best game plan and then executing it. Because, we could talk about all the intangibles we want. If we talk about the tangibles, the Eagles are the better team in Super Bowl 59, period. Not the better even, I disagree with even, they are the better roster. But I don't even want to use the word roster. They're the better team.
Yes, period.
In Super Bowl 59. They have the advantage in matchups, at position groups and everything. Now they just got to go out and do it. That's why I say, if they don't win this Super Bowl, this is a major letdown. Major. Because they should win the Super Bowl.
So 610-632-0975, the number to text in or call in. When you hear us talking about this, do you care about all the other storylines, or are you just focused on Eagles-Chiefs on paper, team versus team? Like, how do you go into a game of this magnitude when it comes to the talking points? And you hear all of them. Even Schefter did say he was more on your side. When we asked Adam Schefter about it, you asked him about it, Schefter said, yeah, it's good for angles for sports talk, but when it comes down to it, it's game time.
It doesn't
matter. But Andrew
matter
DeCecco was kind of in lockstep with me. So where are the people, Connor, on this on the text line?
Yeah, so we have a lot of people checking in. Obviously, Super Bowl week going on as far as the focus on the team. And a lot of people with questions about the stats. Now, we have another jinx that we might have to contend with. So this texter brings up, I can appreciate your stat concerning teams with a bye and teams without a bye in the Super Bowl. But you do know that Mahomes is 15-0 in domes or stadiums with a retractable roof. Plus the curse of Kirk Cousins in the last 8 years. A team
this is
that
the
has lost to Kirk Cousins
we've heard this
has not
earlier.
won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but the Eagles shot themselves in the foot.
There's nothing about Kirk Cousins that affects this game. Now, the performance of a guy like Patrick Mahomes, yeah, that does.
Yeah, that actually
I don't give a damn about Kirk Cousins.
All right, what else do we got there, Connor?
All right, so Sean brings this up and says, you guys mentioned Dallas Goedert earlier. Do you consider him as a sleeper who can have a big game, not only blocking, but also getting open over the middle? And
John's been saying it for a couple days.
Yeah, I think he's I will be betting all the overs on Dallas Goedert.
All of them?
Yeah,
receptions, yards, anytime tutty?
Anytime tutty, all those kind of things. I do believe he is going to end up having a fantastic day.
Oh, how about that?
Really do.
All right,
really do.
That's great work. All right, let's play a couple clips for you just to go back to what our main topic was today about, all the other talking points that go into a game and whether or not they mean something.
The Patrick Mahomes stat, by the way, is false.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes lost in 2022 at Indianapolis.
That's in a dome.
So I have no idea what anyone's talking about that he didn't lose a game in a dome.
That's a dome.
Like, that is a bad stat. Whoever's tossing that out there, he lost in the Super Bowl season of 2022.
And he also gave the Kirk Cousins thing.
Well, maybe the roof was open in Indy that day.
No, it was not. It's not a retractable.
I thought Indy was.
A dome. I don't think it is. No, it's a dome. It's a dome, as far as I know.
That's where the combine is and everything.
I think it's a dome, as far as I know.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't think it's a retractable, but it's a dome.
All right, so here's one of the things that we've talked about. Let's play the Sirianni cut 3 here, Connor. Here was Nick Sirianni yesterday talking about the adversity that, yes, a lot of which is what they created, but how it shaped them and how they've overcome it.
Nobody in the NFL, I've said this a bunch, nobody in the NFL pitches a perfect game. That doesn't exist in the NFL. You're going to have bad plays. You're going to have good plays. And it's about being able to focus your mindset on the next one. And so this team's embraced adversity. I don't think, you never know, but, the things even going back to the 2023 season, which we haven't talked a lot about since the beginning of the year, we're grateful for that. We're thankful for that. As bad as it sucked at the time, I know I'm grateful for that. I speak for myself. I'm grateful for that because it shaped us into who we are now and why a big reason why we're back here sitting at this moment again. And so embracing adversity is huge, for your development as a person, as a player, as a coach.
And I just think about the adversity that they went through, John, and how they want to prove people wrong, prove that they belong, and also prove that they can win the way that they do. And I get it. That sounds hallmarky, but you know what? I'm in a warm and fuzzy mood today, John, so maybe that's why I'm in a Hallmark mood.
Maybe it's the hour and a half of sleep.
Maybe that's it, too.
And if you're in a warm and fuzzy mood, sit a little further away.
By the way, Indianapolis is a retractable roof.
It is. It can retract.
Shame on us. But you know what? I don't care.
No shame on you.
Screw you, Patrick Mahomes. All right. Is he walking around here? All right, coming up next.
Can we get him on?
I don't think he's going to want to.
Send Jen over.
Thomas Dimitrov, former GM in the NFL, and now it's his company,
it's
right?
His
Consumer
company.
Sports NFL Analytics. So we can talk about analytics and the role that it plays in the NFL, especially in a big game like this. Does it play more or less of a role when it comes to the Super Bowl where touchdowns matter? He joins us coming your way next here live on Radio Row. All of this coverage presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I'm Connor Thomas, and folks, we're halfway there. We made it to the midway point of Super Bowl week. There are just 4 days between us and Super Bowl Sunday. Super Bowl 59 this Sunday, 6:30 p.m. kickoff from down in New Orleans. And early on this week, a lot of the star players, the head coaches, have been getting a lot of shine, as normally happens during Super Bowl week. But it's not just those guys that get a team to this level. Nick Sirianni had some media availability yesterday, and he was asked about the coordinators that have helped the team to this spot in Philadelphia. And Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore, they got some love from the head coach.
You can't be great without the greatness of others, coaches to players, players to coaches. And so both guys have done a phenomenal job knowing the guys a little bit in the interview process. I think we hit 2 home runs with those hires.
It's hard to disagree considering the Birds are playing for their second Lombardi later on this week, but it seems like the Saints are going to potentially hit a home run by hiring Kellen Moore away to be their head coach. No deal done yet, but something to keep an eye on there. Today, we get to look a little bit more into the football side of things as we should get our first injury report of the week. Definitely something to keep an eye on with guys like Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens banged up in that NFC Championship game. This update was brought to you by Corona. Join 97.5 The Fanatic this Sunday at Patty Wax on South Street starting at 2 p.m. for the big game pregame show and watch party with Andrew Salciunas and myself. Enjoy $5 Coronas, $5 Modelo drafts, and exclusive prizes. Don't miss out. Details at 975thefanatic.com. Please drink responsibly. I'm Connor Thomas for 97.5 The Fanatic.
What's up, everybody? It's Tyrone Johnson from The Best Show Ever. And let me tell you, I'm so excited about the Birds headed back to the big game. I've been high on this team for months. They have the best offense, the best defense, best roster, great coaches. I've really enjoyed this team. We've been high on them, and I'm so excited for this big game. And I never, ever, ever tell a lie. I keep it real with the people. I'm telling you I love this team because they're just that good. Make sure you tune into The Best Show Ever, 2 to 6, Monday through Friday on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
All right, I don't want to take credit for a great idea. Of course I do. Are you kidding me? I'm double-jointed, patting myself on the back. Bernard Jewelers has a great idea for you. The Birds are going to go get a ring on Sunday. So Bernard Jewelers wants to make sure that you get a chance to win a ring from them. And all you got to do is head to their Instagram page at Bernard Jewelers Official and register. Check out the giveaway post and enter for your chance to win. What are you going to win? How about a breathtaking lab-grown marquee diamond engagement ring? So guys, are you looking to get engaged? And you've been thinking, wow, I can't afford that right now. Well, how about me and Bernard giving you a free diamond ring? It's beautiful. You can do it. You got to go to the Bernard Jewelers Official Instagram page, get yourself registered, check out their giveaway post, and you can be getting that ring. And you don't even have to tell her that you got it for free. You just got to
It is 8:42 on Kincade at Salciunas, 97.5. The Fanatic broadcasting live from Radio Row in New Orleans. All of our coverage here in the Big Easy presented to you by FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. We thank them a lot. Also, our friends at TrueMark Financial Credit Union. Visit TrueMark.com or one of the 24 local branches to learn more. Now, Johnny, some of the fun of Radio Row is being able to speak to guests in person or sometimes see old friends.
We will have the guy who this guy drafted in his first draft, Matt Ryan, joining us tomorrow on the show.
That's awesome.
But he's a former NFL GM. He's the president of Sumer Sports. And Thomas Dimitroff is one of the most interesting guys. And I feel he learned a lot of NFL football from me over the years.
Yeah, from you specifically.
Thomas, welcome to the show. How are you, buddy?
Always great to be here. Good to see your face, man.
It is good to see you again.
Yeah.
I said it's a different NFL. You became a GM in 2008.
2008.
Right?
Yep.
What's the NFL like compared to 2008?
Oh, man, it is fast-paced. There's so much going. It is so different. In so many ways, it's so different. Just even the operation of bringing coaches together and GMs together and the firing and the moving, and it's just fast operational. If you're not on top of it, I think you don't have a chance. And you have to be aggressive. Howie Roseman, he's aggressive. He's one of the best here. You know that? I think it's great to watch.
Why don't people copy what – it's a copycat league, they always say. Why don't more people copy what Howie Roseman has done?
I just think there are guys out there who don't have the verve, the nerve as well, like the confidence to say, I'm going to do what I believe, and if it doesn't work, I'm moving forward. And that was one of the things we talked about with Howie. He's not one of those guys that's so worried about retention. People want to retain their moves and their acquisitions, but Howie, I just feel like if he sees it's not working, man, it's move on time. And he is always a guy that's going to be shucking and jiving to try to get to that spot where he's going to get a trade done, which I love.
Was part of you surprised that they did keep Nick Sirianni after last year? You mentioned it. I mean, it's a what have you done for me lately league, and at the end of last season, it was 1-6 down the stretch with a Super Bowl-type roster. Were you surprised that they retained him?
Andrew, I was surprised because I thought what I thought is my old head coach. I thought he was going to be right there because I know that, how he respects the hell out of Bill Belichick. In my mind, I was thinking that, only because I was putting pieces together. He's done a great job. It's great seeing Nick do what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
But, again, back to fast-paced and owners, I feel like let's move on, let's do things. And I know you guys have one of the best owners in the country, but I just expected something like that to happen.
So what's good, though? Like, is it good? Look at the success that the Eagles are having this year. A lot of people wanted him fired. He stays there back in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think he kicked everyone right back in the whatever we call it, right? I don't even know what I can say on the radio anymore.
You can say a lot of things. Private parts.
Okay, private parts. But I think he did. And he's such a competitive guy, and he's got, we all have a little FU to us, right? Like, all right, you guys going to doubt me? I mean, Howie's been saying that to me forever, right? He's got FU in him as well. I remember he was cussing some guy out on the field. Was that a year ago?
Yeah. Now you like me.
Yeah, now you like me, right?
I remember back in the day when Thomas would occasionally tell me, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about here. Let me tell you what really happened. And it's one of those things where today in the NFL, things are changing very quickly. And it seems like what we thought of it, like you say, Bill Belichick, a guy you have a PhD in working with and working under. It's a different NFL today, though. Nick Sirianni, he could end up being this generation's Bill Belichick right now with the start he's off to.
It's unbelievable. I mean, again, watching the organization and what Philadelphia does and the tone they set for everyone, and then coming back again with that agitation and that confidence and sort of like, I just don't see that often around the league. You get pockets of it right now, but I mean, how many teams right now are in those spots like Cleveland right now? They are asking for, they're one of the best players in I don't know how many years is asking for a trade. You don't think Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski, who are good, smart people, aren't up against it right now? Can they deal with that? Philadelphia people can deal with it, right? The Philadelphia employees can deal with it.
Yeah, we could deal with it just fine. I'm curious. You spent a lot of years in Atlanta. Obviously, you had to deal with this guy next to me, John Kincade.
I handled him well.
The Eagles have drafted a lot of players from the Atlanta, Georgia area with the Georgia Bulldogs, the young dogs with Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith and Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean. Is it that easy to go, hey, let's get the top players from the best teams in college when it comes to the draft? Because you're seeing it really pay off for the Eagles, but I don't know if it's that easy. You could speak on that better than we can.
I don't think it's that easy, but look, you have to go to where the best competition is. Of course, you're going to have your anomalies, right? There's some of those small school guys that just got passed up, late development. A lot of times that is O-line, right? Mm-hmm. Where that's happening. I mean, I love what Howie does that way. I mean, this is not all about a Howie stroke fest. I get it, but what he's done, and I got my ass kicked in Georgia. You know that.
Yes.
Because
of not doing it.
Because of not doing, but it wasn't calculated. That's the one thing. I think sometimes people think, well, it's just completely thought out. Yes, it is, but sometimes you're just going and it falls into place.
Right.
And I think the Georgia players that you guys have at Philadelphia, man, you're exactly right. They're thriving.
Now, you are thriving in a whole nother way of looking at football, and Sumer Sports is a really interesting analytics tool. I tend to cringe a little bit when I think of analytics.
I know you do.
So explain to us what it is and how it could potentially help things, and which maybe teams are using it the best.
So we have Sumer Sports is who I'm working for, as you know. Been there for 3 years. We are a roster optimization. Okay, so that should get you to a comfortable spot. First of all, John, this isn't game time decision making, although we have an arm of it working on that. And there are a lot of third parties out there. We think, one of the best third parties with roster optimization. Subjective, we have 25 former NFL people working on our staff now. Paul Tudor Jones, the founder, big money guy, right? Big guy out of UVA. He keeps providing me with the resources to hire. We have 5 former general managers, a whole bunch of scouts, a whole bunch of player personnel people who do all the subjective work. Over 3,000 reports a year we evaluate. That subjective evaluation provide the foundation for all of our propeller heads. And I say that lovingly. They're friends of mine. I love some of our guys here, all of them.
Right.
They take all of that data and then fold in extra data and create these algorithms and models. I am not a modeling guy now. I haven't learned to code. What I have learned...
You are well dressed, but you are not a modeling guy.
But what I have learned is implementation.
Sure.
And so implementation, think about this. Yes, it is not black box. It is not, that's the most ridiculous thing in the world. This is about augmentation. That's the best word I can use. Take the information there, compare in your areas. If you're breaking down free agents, if you're breaking down draft picks, take the data, compare it, juxtapose in your meetings and say, why is data saying he's a 6'8" and the scouting eye is saying he's a 6'5"? Let's do extra work.
What does the data tell you about the Birds' chances to give us a parade next week?
Yeah, well, look, that's what I've been saying around here. I mean, it's saying obviously on the statistical side that the Eagles have the edge on it. It's going to be a very close game. This is Sumer brain.
Close games, right?
Yeah, this is Sumer AI brain is what we call it, and it is saying the edge is going to Philly. I think it's a 3-point edge is what I'm thinking.
That's what I've been saying. Jake Elliott, game-winning field goal,
if it's Jake Elliott, I might puke.
Oh, jeez.
Curious, real quick, one more thing. We appreciate the time. Analytics in the Super Bowl, more so on the field analytics, like go-forward situations. How often does that just go out the window because it's the Super Bowl and touchdowns matter more so than field goals? Like, does analytics sometimes go out the window because you're usually go in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, look, we experienced it. You might be bringing this right back around to 2016. I mean, could we have used analytics better there, or did we quietly use analytics to not run that damn ball instead of run, kick back in the day?
Right.
So, yeah, there's a lot going on.
I always remember Kyle fondly.
Yeah, no, I get it. And one of the best coaches out there, but what's going on there? So to your point, yeah, there's so much going on, and it really takes the coach to really drill down and override some of the intelligentsia that's saying, no, you need to go here, or you need to do this here. That's the big thing. Smart guys can take care of it.
We save a spot at the parade for you if you wanted to come down.
I would love to.
You can ride your bike. You can ride your bike right over. Avid bike. Thomas, great catch up.
Always great.
Thank you so much.
Take care, man.
All right, we'll be right back here on Kincade and Salciunas. We're going to talk more about GM Howie Roseman. He just got a great review from Thomas Dimitrov. So we'll talk about Howie and the great job that he's done to get us here. And that's Super Bowl 59 this Sunday. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports update.
Moore and Fangio getting love. I'm Connor Thomas, and we've reached the middle point of Super Bowl week. It's Wednesday, so just 4 days between us and Super Bowl 59. Sunday, 6:30 p.m. from New Orleans. The star players Nick Sirianni have had a lot of the shine this week from the Birds' perspective, and that's how it is during Super Bowl week. But it takes more than just them to get here. Speaking of Moore and Fangio, Nick Sirianni gave credit to the coordinators yesterday.
You can't be great without the greatness of others, coaches to players, players to coaches. And so both guys have done a phenomenal job knowing the guys a little bit in the interview process. I think we hit 2 home runs with those hires.
But they'll need to continue to do a phenomenal job as the job's not done. Coming up this Sunday, taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. We should also get our first injury report of the week today, something to keep an eye on for the Birds. Sixers took down the Mavs 118-116 last night. Embiid, 29-point triple-double in his return to play. Caleb Martin was also traded to those Mavericks for Quentin Grimes, a 2025 second-round pick yesterday. Sixers Heat tonight at 7:30. You can hear that game live on the Fanatic. Flyers fell to the Utah Hockey Club 3-2 in overtime last night. This update was brought to you by Rapid Radios, their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies that are offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Ricky Vitalico.
You know as well as I do, Patrick Mahomes likes that quick 2-step look to the right, back, or a bubble screen on the right side, or maybe hit his tight ends.
He has a lot to say about the Birds.
The other problem he's going to really have is that the defense of the Eagles, they are a blanket. They are everywhere.
Hear Ricky with Tyrone Johnson on the best show ever. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Andrew, it is Super Bowl 59 week, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. So here's some of the fun bets in the app right now. They got to add more for the big one, right? 6 here on Kincade at Salciunas. You're listening to 97.5, the Fanatic WPN and WPN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, and Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from Radio Row in New Orleans through the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. And, of course, we're down here thanks to our friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And really cool, we had Andrew DeCecco on earlier today for the entire hour. All that kind of stuff can be, you can hear it again on 97.5 The Fanatic, 97.5thefanatic.com. YouTube, you can go back and watch. And all of Andrew DeCecco's coverage is being presented to you by Tompkins Community Bank, your bank of choice.
That's absolutely awesome. So much energy around here now as we get closer to the big game. You feel better now? Sumer Sports and their AI technology tells you the Birds are winning?
I feel smart because they said it's a 3-point victory, which is exactly what I told you.
I don't want that.
I know, dude. I closed my eyes, John. I asked you to answer the question, and then I did it myself. And I see Andy Reid calling a timeout to ice Jake. And we're all sitting there going, oh, my God, this guy's been bad. This guy's been bad. And he's going to kick it through the uprights, and he's going to be carried off the field.
Here's what I say. As long as it's tied, when your little Scooby-Doo scenario happens,
down one.
I will be okay.
If they're down one.
No, if they're down one, I'm going to have like Soda Pro come and clean up the Kincade because I'll vomit.
Yeah, you know what? You were thinking about watching the game by yourself. You might need somebody down there in case you go into some sort of cardiac arrest.
I got to tell you.
Seriousness.
You know what? I wouldn't care. Is it going to be another championship? It'd be great. I am so confident. And Thomas, I can tell you off air, he's more confident the Eagles are winning than the AI simulations have told them.
I love that. I love that. That's a football guy
good.
Right there.
He feels good about it. Yes, that's a football guy that I groomed. I told him. I taught him.
Yeah, you taught him everything he knows.
He worked under Bill Belichick for so many years.
Yeah, that's
I can only imagine.
That's pretty impressive. By the way, if you want a snack for game day, how about 20 snacks? Callers 1 and 2 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. Will win a 20-bag variety box of Wise Snacks. Munch the good vibe on game day with Wise Snacks on this Wise Snacks Wednesday. Everybody that gets the 20-bag variety box will also get a pair of tickets to see Temple Battle FAU on Sunday, February 16th, a week after the big game at noon at Liacouras Center. It'll be Temple Owls mascot Hooter the Owl's birthday. Meet local mascots, enjoy games on the concourse, and receive autographs from the players. After the game, visit owlstix.com. We'll have 2 more 20-bag variety boxes to give away during the 9 o'clock hour and 2 more pairs of tickets to go along with it to the Temple Owls. All right, so we've been talking more and more about Howie Roseman recently because we kind of had that moment of he really hasn't gotten that much recognition this year.
He has
for
not.
the team that he built. Obviously, Saquon Barkley gets all the love. Who signed him? Howie Roseman did. So we just spoke with former GM Thomas Dimitroff. So I do want to spend some time here, Johnny, talking about Howie Roseman and the job that he's done to get us back to this. Now, we've talked about the adversity conversations that Nick Sirianni created but fixed. Jalen Hurts created but fixed. At one time, Howie Roseman, in a different way, created some of the issues that we saw happening with the Philadelphia Eagles, but he himself also learned from it. And he has become one of the better GMs in sports, maybe because of going through adversity.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's okay to face adversity. And overcome adversity. The only thing I don't want to do is I don't want you to try to overcome the same thing 2 and 3 times. I want you to learn the first time. Fix it, do what you did, and then don't do it again. And I think that Howie Roseman has been a testament to that.
Yeah, he has been. But this is also a totally different Eagles team from the team that won the Super Bowl and the team that got back to the Super Bowl in Super Bowl 57. And I'm not talking about, players' names on the team.
Okay.
I'm talking about the way it's built. 2017 was not a young team. They had young contributors.
They were not a young team.
They were not a young team. 2022 was definitely not a young team. You've talked about the average age of the defensive line?
32. The defensive line had an average age of 32.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Just 2 years ago in the Super Bowl, their average age now, 24.
And
8 seasons.
So Howie's
unbelievable.
Think about this. Howie has built 3 teams that have played in a Super Bowl.
Correct.
And all of them have been built differently.
And this one is built the best, would you agree?
Yes. Well, this one's built to continue.
This one is built to sustain.
I think we thought 17-18 was sustained because of Carson. We thought he'd come back, he'd be healthy. We didn't expect him to, become a mess.
Sure.
And then all of a sudden, he's no longer on the Philadelphia Eagles just a couple of years after that. This team, though, out of the three, is built the best, and it's not because of one player. It's not just because of Jalen Hurts. I mean, we talked about that article that was written, I think it was CBS, where they said the Eagles could be the next dynasty. We're not ready to have that conversation yet, but Correct. I understood what he was saying. He was saying because of the contracts that are set up on this Eagles team, the draft capital that they have and that they have used. The age of this team, the rookies, I mean, think about it. How many times have we brought up the fact that Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell are two of your better defensive players, and they're rookies?
I just hope, and again, it is one of those nagging little thoughts in my head, does the youth at some point show itself?
And I think that's a natural fear to have.
Does the inexperience show itself? Because the Birds are counting on a lot of young guys, a lot of players who have never enjoyed the stage of something like this.
But I will say this. I thought that would show in week 6. Well, how many times did we start talking? We started doing snap counts. We started looking at.
Oh, yeah. We did.
And they never had an issue.
No.
Jalen Carter is playing almost every single snap.
Which
and
I'm
that
not
dude's
sure
play has not been affected at all.
It hasn't. I still am shocked that they did that. And it's fine. He's been able to handle it.
Dude, the edge rushers, ever since Brandon Graham went down and they stopped trying with Bryce Huff, it's a 3-man rotation. Think about that for a second. The physical sport that is football. They have a 3-man edge rush rotation while Jalen Carter's playing like 99% of the snaps.
And that's whether that is sustainable in the long term is another question.
Yeah,
for
probably
another day.
not.
We only have to get them through Sunday night.
Right.
Sunday night around 9:30, 9:45, we're going to know the ending to this book. It's been a great book. It's been a great ride.
It's been an awesome ride, and it all starts with Howie Roseman. That's why we wanted to take a few minutes to give him his flowers, because he absolutely deserves it. And this could be something that could be around for a couple of years. Like, I don't even want to say if they lose, don't worry, they'll be back, because I think they're going to win. I don't want to talk about them if they lose. But seriously, if it doesn't go the way that we expect it to on Sunday, this isn't a one and done.
No. But there are people that they have to make decisions about.
Of course.
Is Milton Williams back? Is Zach Bond back?
Well, that one's a lock. It has to be. It has to
can
be.
Zach Bond and Milton Williams both come back?
I don't know.
Is there any scenario where that goes?
I'm sure there's a scenario.
All this Myles Garrett nonsense and the money. I saw some people running some simulations yesterday. Unless Myles Garrett is taking a pay cut.
Which he's not.
He's not. Or willing to come for less than top of market value. I don't even.
Now, we have talked about
now
this.
How they could do it.
And not to get ahead of ourselves, but this draft is a big defensive tackle draft. So if you do lose Milton Williams because he gets a nice payday from another team.
And he probably will.
You got a pretty big draft ahead for defensive tackle.
This is where, though, as you talk about rosters, this is where you've built the best roster in Eagles history. So you got to cash in. If the best Eagles roster in history only gets them to the Super Bowl and doesn't mean it ends up in a parade,
right?
That's going to suck.
I hear you. Connor, what do we have on the text line so far at 610-632-0975?
We have some great stuff here. We have a check-in, though, from Jim from Lehigh, who's worried about your scenario here at the end of the game. He says,
I don't blame him.
How confident should we feel if late in the game it comes down to a Jake Elliott field goal?
You shouldn't.
No, if anyone says,
I'm just expecting
if anyone says that they're confident with a last-second Jake Elliott field goal,
Connor's confident.
You're full of it.
I'm very
confident.
Connor's been very confident with Jake Elliott.
Well, guess what? He's been confident all along, and Jake Elliott has been stinking all along.
They just keep winning, Johnny.
Despite.
Dude, I'm telling you, Jake Elliott from 54 yards out.
Can it be closer?
Oh my God.
No,
maybe 30.
No, it's got to be 50-plus because it's got to go up against the narrative where he hasn't made any this year. All right, coming up next, we continue checking the text line on today's topics. We also play our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. Always love our conversations with Shefty. We haven't been doing them as much, the 5 best minutes, because we've been having Andrew DeCecco on the show on Wednesdays and Amy on the show on Wednesdays when she can't do Tuesdays. So here from the 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter coming your way next. It is Kincade and Salciunas as we broadcast live from Radio Row here in New Orleans on 97.
final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
Hello. This is Kincade and
you're
Salciunas.
such a nudge.
God forbid I produce.
I was told to slow down a little bit, so I'm doing that. Just kidding. Yes, you're listening to Kincade and Salciunas as we broadcast live here on Radio Row in New Orleans. This is all being presented to us by FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. We really appreciate the team at FanDuel for being a part of this. So coming up in a few minutes, we're going to play our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter when he joined the show earlier today. I keep on thinking about the adversity thing that he got into and how every team deals with it. And so I think about the Chiefs team.
What's their adversity?
Right. Like what other than...
What adversity did they face other than, how about this, 3 game-winning kicks this year from 3 different kickers?
Yeah, but like when I think of adversity, I don't think about the game itself, right? I think about what the Eagles created at times.
What other teams, and this is where I get hung up with everybody, what other teams created their own adversity?
The Dallas Cowboys every year.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not teams that are in the mix for championships.
They try to be.
They try to be.
And they don't overcome their adversity. Every year they don't. And a lot of teams don't every single season.
Look, I'm thrilled that the Eagles did that. And very, very happy with it. But I'm also thrilled that finally it seems like the Eagles have gotten to be a group of people that can act like mature adults. And I'm calling you out. Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. They did not handle their business well last year. And I applaud them now for the fact that they've gotten that fixed.
Right.
Because they caused a bunch of the problem last year. Their inability to work with each other, their ability to show common decency to each other, kindness, whatever it was. Nick tried publicly everything he could to praise Jalen, have his back and everything. Jalen would give him no grace.
But you know who they could be? They could be Aaron Rodgers and Robert Saleh, who gets fired in the middle of the season. And Aaron Rodgers is more worried about peyote than football.
Oh, he's absolutely more worried about that. I can guarantee
like that's
that.
the thing.
No, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled, and I applaud them for it. But the thing is, I also am not going to tell them, I'm really proud of you guys. You almost flushed another season down the toilet before the bye week, and you finally got your heads out of your butts.
You know what, guys?
I'm not applauding them for that.
I'm proud of you. I
not.
applaud you. Connor, are you proud?
I'm very proud.
Yeah, see, he's proud.
No, I'm proud they're in the Super Bowl. I'm not proud of the way they had to do it.
I mean, what,
No.
through the first 4 weeks of the season? They went on a 10-game winning streak, John.
Connor, the fan base, would you say 51% of this fan base wanted the man fired in the offseason?
Correct.
Yeah, but that's Philadelphia.
And after the bye week, we had discussions in this town, people saying they should have pulled the plug.
Now, by the way, Connor, you say that's Philadelphia. We literally just had a former GM on about a half hour ago that was surprised he did not get fired.
Yeah,
he was
exactly.
surprised.
So
that's how
he's
this business works in this town.
And Thomas very close to Howie.
Yes.
Like, you're very knowing how Howie works.
Well, he mentioned
like
the Bill Belichick and the back channeling that was definitely happening. All right, so Adam Schefter joined us about an hour ago. Here's the 5 best minutes of our conversation with Shefty.
We tried to use his credit card last night at dinner and put it on the Schefter account. They wouldn't take it, so if he gets a fraud alert, Adam Schefter knows what happened. Good morning, Adam from New Orleans. We're here with you. How are you?
I got that fraud alert, and I put an immediate stop to your dinner right away.
That was very disappointing. I was really looking forward to it,
Yeah, I mean,
Shefty.
seriously.
Shefty, so we're here at Radio Row. It's quiet here in the morning, but we know how busy it gets. And I'm not even talking about us as media members. I'm talking about the players themselves. And by all reports, like our man Andrew DeCecco, who covers the Birds for Inside the Birds, he's saying that every single Eagles player looks poised and looks like they're owning the moment. Have you gotten that sense when you've been doing your work around New Orleans this week?
Well, look, some of these guys have been through this before, right? They've been to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, and the Chiefs also have been through this, and it's routine to them. And I think people have seen so much of this, and they know what this is about, and people have been exposed to big-time events, a lot of these college players that the Eagles have, too. And I know it's the Super Bowl, but it's not like the first rodeo for a lot of these guys. So I guess, I mean, I've been around them a little bit. It seems pretty regular to me.
We were talking earlier about, all the pedigree of the Chiefs, the poise of the Chiefs, the we've been here, done that, bought the T-shirt. But how much does that matter, do you believe, Adam, once a game kicks off? A game of this magnitude especially.
I think it's great conversation. I think people are talking about it. I think we try to make an angle of it. The truth of the matter is, I don't think it matters all that much. I think there are some little intricate small things that do matter. I mean, it is a longer halftime show. You have to be used to sitting in your locker room for twice the amount of time, while Kendrick Lamar's out there. So there are slight differences. There's certainly all the excitement and adrenaline of a week where you have to try to pace yourself a little bit. But yeah, I think if they go out there and Saquon rips off a long run for a touchdown to start the game, I don't think that experience of having been in a Super Bowl matters all that much.
When Nick Sirianni and his coaching staff are huddling up this week trying to come up with a plan, and you're going up against a guy like Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, you got veteran coaches who've been there and done that. Is it more likely that they will say, hey, we got to come up with some new wrinkles to throw at them that they're not expecting? Or is it, let's dance with what brung us to the big game and see if they can stop it?
Jack, I'm not a huge X's and O's guy, but what I would say is that it's probably a little bit of both. You're probably going to stick with what got you there, your bread and your butter, but you're going to mix in a Philly special along the way, something to that effect, right? That nobody saw coming, that you think might work, that you can see on tape there is a certain tendency that another team might have. But they'd be crazy not to run the tush push and run the ball with Saquon and the short little slants to AJ and Devon. Like, that's what they do. It's not going to change that. It's not going to come out here, and run the popcorn offense at the ball. Like, it's just not going to happen. So they may see something that had some success against Kansas City by another team, and maybe they take a play or two and they sprinkle it in. But they come up with a game plan, for the Super Bowl, a 2-week event. They did that last week, and they install it. And I think everything's ready to go by the time they head down to New Orleans. And then you just spend the week going over it and trying to perfect it, making sure that everybody's comfortable with it.
Hey, I'm just wondering, did they block Zillow in the Eagles team hotel? Because I'm a little worried about the offensive coordinator getting caught up in, well, where are we going to live, honey? Where should we move to? This is going to be great. You're tripling your salary. This is going to be amazing. I worry about everything. Am I worrying too much about an offensive coordinator moving to be a head coach, reportedly?
Well, again, he's going to be their head coach if they can get a contract worked out after the Super Bowl. And why wouldn't they? Because I don't know exactly what Kellen Moore makes, but he's making, I'm going to guess,
he makes 2.5.
I think that's low.
So he makes 2.5 now.
Right. I think he makes more than that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow. That's the reported number. That's great then. Kellen's got to go big then.
That reported number is not right.
Okay.
I believe that number is 4. That's what I believe.
Then what's it going to take to get him as a head coach? 10? 9?
Yeah, 10. His salary would be 10 or 11 with the Saints.
Congratulations.
Good for Kellen Moore then. Good for him.
But again, hold on. All these rookie head coaches this year, everybody is right in the neighborhood of, like, Ben Johnson's at 13, okay? And the other guys are in a range of 10 to 12-ish, okay?
Boy, what's Nick Sirianni going to demand going into at the end of this year?
Well, I don't know what he's at right now.
He was at 7. 5 years, $7 million deal when he signed.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you this, his timing was perfect, and if he wins the Super Bowl, it's perfect. Because, even if he doesn't, he's still in a position for a new deal. But if he wins the Super Bowl,
oh my gosh.
Like Ben Johnson got 13. So what is Nick going to be worth if he wins the game? Like all these rookie head coaches.
That's amazing.
Hold on a second. Back to before a sec. So Kellen Moore, I believe, is a lot closer to 4 than 2.5.
Okay.
And I believe all these rookie head coaches, they're making, let's just call it 10 to 13.
Wow.
Okay. 13's on the high side. More people around 10. Okay. So if you're the Saints, you're Kellen Moore and you're trying to get a deal done, and you're the Saints, that deal, let's just call it 10, okay? It might be 11, but let's call it 10, okay? You're telling me that Kellen Moore is not going to get a deal done for $10 million?
Wow. Good for him. No, good for him. I'm happy for him.
By the way, that's not going to happen. The Saints aren't coming in to offer 9. They're going to offer 10, maybe 11, okay? But we'll call it 10. So if you had a chance to take your salary from 4 to 10, and by the way, the Eagles going to give him a raise to stay to what, 5? To make him the highest, but you're not going to pay him more than 5 as an offensive. So assuming that they can figure that out, and the Saints are going to play everything by the book, of course, because they don't want to do what the Cardinals did with Jonathan Gannon, and they don't want to risk the wrath of the league, but assuming they get it worked out, you tell me how and why Kellen Moore would not be the head coach of the New Orleans Saints.
All right, there's our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter from earlier today. You can hear the entire interview on 97.5thefanatic.com or check it out on our YouTube page. All right, coming up next, I want to talk about how confident we are, John, and how we should embrace it.
You said chest day every day.
Like, I don't want to be afraid of being confident.
You
So let's
shouldn't be.
talk about that coming up next, Johnny. It's Kincade and Salciunas live from New Orleans, Radio Row here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
2 home run hires. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Moyer Indoor Outdoor Services, locally family owned and operated for 150 years. Moyer's been keeping the lawns green and lush and homes pest free. Go to eMoyer.com for free estimates. The Eagles, well, they're at the midpoint of Super Bowl week. We are as well. Only 4 more days to wait until the big game. And they talked yesterday, or rather Nick Sirianni did, about some home run hires that brought them here. Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore.
You can't be great without the greatness of others, coaches to players, players to coaches. And so both guys have done a phenomenal job knowing the guys a little bit in the interview process. I think we hit 2 home runs with those hires.
Against coaches like Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, though, Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio are going to have to be at their best on Sunday in Super Bowl 59 against the Kansas City Chiefs. We also should get our first injury report of the week today, something we'll keep an eye on for the Birds. Sixers took down the Mavs 118-116 last night. Joel Embiid, a 29-point triple-double in his return to action. Caleb Martin was also traded to those very same Dallas Mavericks. Sixers get back Quentin Grimes and a 2025 second-round pick. Flyers fell to the Utah Hockey Club 3-2 last night in overtime. This update is also brought to you by Corona. Join 97.5 The Fanatic this Sunday at Patty Wax on South Street starting at 2 p.m. for the big game pregame show and watch party with Andrew and me. Enjoy $5 Coronas, $5 Modelo drafts, and exclusive prizes. Don't miss out. Details at 975thefanatic.com. Please drink responsibly. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
9:27 on Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic as we broadcast live from Radio Row in New Orleans. All this being presented to us by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make the moment more with FanDuel. I love FanDuel. I appreciate everything they do for this station, everything they do for me, and obviously our pregame show, which includes our man Bill Colarulo, who is
That's
here.
high quality. It's high quality entertainment.
This Eagles team good enough to win a Super Bowl? They're good enough. Every time you got to win a Super Bowl, like 9 times out of 10, because there's always those weird one-off years, 9 times out of 10, you're playing a great team, a great coach, and a great quarterback, because that's who gets here. So I look more internally, and I don't have any worries about this Eagles team. They do everything well. They go on the road and do it. They do it in big games. They do it consistently. They've shown us everything we need to believe in this team to win this game, and if you can't get there, you're just not seeing what we're seeing.
Yeah, and I just want to embrace it. And I hope there are other Eagles fans listening right now that are going, Yeah, I am confident, just like John, Andrew, and Connor are, but I hate feeling this way.
Don't hate feeling that way.
The Eagles are a very, very good football team.
All right, I'm not going to pull on your heartstrings, folks, but I'm going to tell you something right now. If you don't embrace it, I can tell you in the past 18 months, I've had some dark days. And to think of the Birds winning the Super Bowl was one of the days that I would always look at and go, man, that was a freaking great day.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I survived, and I need more of them. And I think every one of us in our lives, especially this time right now, people need more of them.
Right.
More joy, and I think we're going to have some big-time joy coming.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
this team is built to deliver it, and they've proven us. They deserve our confidence.
Look, and I know Sunday. I know it's Sunday at 6:30. My heart's going to be pounding out of its chest.
Yeah.
But that not
for the coin toss.
Right. Yeah, but not nerves because I'm nervous the Eagles are going to lose. Just it's game day. It's the Super Bowl. It's the biggest game in all of sports every year.
Have you simulated the coin toss, Connor?
Oh, you can't simulate it. I hear it's 50-50.
He's a one-and-done guy.
He's going to
give his pick on Friday. I appreciate
Friday,
that.
so everybody can place it as part of their same-game parlay.
No, you can't go coin toss in the same game.
No, you got to set it separately.
Done.
Yeah, because if it doesn't hit, your bet's over.
No,
before kickoff, you can't.
Yeah, you don't
that.
need that.
By the way, we will give some more prop bets as the week goes on, and we'll do our picks on Friday. Man, I can't wait for it.
I have a laundry list right now. It's unbelievable.
All right, Connor, what do we have on the text line today? It's 610-632-0975.
All right, so the text line's been hot all day with people checking in on the big game. But Leslie checks in, female, because I know we always ask. She says here, if you should pass Howie or Jeffrey Lurie during the week, would you please ask them what it would take to get an offensive coordinator that will stay with our team like Vic Fangio seems to want to?
Well, then you're looking at somebody who's already been a failed head coach.
Yeah.
So here's what you would do. You would go get Frank Reich.
Yeah.
I love
That's what you do. And that could very well be the case that Frank Reich could be the guy.
Yeah, because if you keep on getting the young, hot commodities, and that's what every team's going after,
I honestly,
coaching jobs.
I think I'd rather have the young, hot commodity, the fresh ideas, because I think that balances out things better. Look, when Scott Masteller was talking to me with you, look at you, hot, young ideas, fresh faces. Look, it paid off.
Yeah, but you know what? Nobody's pilfering me just yet, Johnny.
Oh, I think it's happening. I saw the Today Show eyeing you up.
Oh, yeah. Is that right? When they saw me walking in?
I saw CBS this morning.
With the bags under my eyes?
They did.
I'm sure they definitely wanted me.
They did.
All right, you're listening to Kincade and Salciunas as we broadcast live from Radio Row here in New Orleans. And, of course, all of this is being brought to us by our friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. Make the moment more with FanDuel. Mike coming away at 10 o'clock. We got another segment to play. You'll hear the key three best minutes from today's show. And we'll promote what we got coming up tomorrow. Today was a busy day. Tomorrow, even busier. We can't wait for it. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles are halfway through the week of Super Bowl week. Super Bowl 59 comes your way Sunday, 6:30 p.m. from New Orleans. And a lot of the talk has been about these star players, guys like Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, the head coaches, Nick Sirianni, and Andy Reid getting some love. But coordinators make a huge, huge difference in this game. And the Eagles are lucky that they have what Nick Sirianni called yesterday 2 home run hires.
You can't be great without the greatness of others, coaches to players, players to coaches. And so both guys have done a phenomenal job knowing the guys a little bit in the interview process. I think we hit 2 home runs with those hires.
And Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore have been awesome this year, but there are some extenuating circumstances surrounding this game that both will have to overcome. First, Fangio, 0-8 in his career against Patrick Mahomes, though he does have a much better complement of defensive players this time around. Kellen Moore, well, he is the leader in the clubhouse and the expected future coach of the New Orleans Saints. He's got that on his mind. Both of those guys are going to have to be on their game come Sunday. We'll also have to make sure that everybody's healthy. We should get the first injury report of the week today, something to keep an eye on for the Birds with names like Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson potentially listed. We'll keep you updated on that. Join 97.5 The Fanatic this Sunday at Patty Wax on South Street starting at 2 p.m. for the big game pregame show and watch party with Andrew Salciunas and myself. Enjoy $5 Coronas, $5 Modelo drafts, and exclusive prizes. Don't miss out. Details at 97.5thefanatic.com. Please drink responsibly. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
97.5, The Fanatic.
It is 9:42 on Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5, The Fanatic. Johnny, we're getting closer and closer. It's Wednesday. Our show's almost done. Mike Missanelli's show coming your way at 10 o'clock. We saw Mike and Bill walking around.
By the way, I cannot believe our show is almost done today.
Yeah, it flew by, man.
Like, this has been, but it's been really fast since they won the NFC Championship. We say it almost every day, like, wow.
Oh, my God, it's almost done.
It's almost
done.
here.
Yeah.
I'm so glad the game's almost here, but we have got so much planned for you in the next few days here on Radio Row. We look forward to it.
Yeah, so tell us what we got going on tomorrow. And by the way, this is like the current schedule.
Yes, things can change.
There could be more added.
Correct.
We mentioned earlier today, obviously, today was a little bit of a busy day. We had Andrew DeCecco for the entire 7 o'clock hour.
And he'll be back tomorrow.
Exactly.
For the entire 7 o'clock hour. We're making him do that, but I hope he takes an Uber.
So back-to-back days for DeCecco for the entire 7 o'clock hour. We had Schefter today. We had Thomas Dimitrov on today. You can hear those on 97.5thefanatic.com. Tomorrow might be a little bit busier, Johnny.
Yeah, it's a little busy. Andrew DeCecco joins us for the 7 o'clock hour. And then four-time Pro Bowler, NFL MVP, CBS sports analyst Matt Ryan will join us tomorrow morning. We'll have Matt on. There's former Eagles walking around, too, here, which is good. Kurt Warner, four-time Pro Bowler, MVP Super Bowl champ from the NFL Network, joins us tomorrow.
He joins us here on site. And if you remember, he joined us the day after the NFC Championship
So that's
game.
good karma there, right?
And he said right away, hell yeah, you can go playing the way that you're playing and beat this Chiefs team. So I wondered, now that he's had more analysis leading up to this game, does he still have that same sort of confidence for the Eagles?
And in the final hour of the show tomorrow, Steve Weish, the chief national reporter for the NFL Network, will also join us here on Radio Row.
Yeah, so we got a busy
Looking
day.
forward. It's gonna be a busy day
tomorrow.
And you never know what else is going to happen.
Well, yeah, with all the networking we're doing around here, you know, we're walking around like we're politicians.
Absolutely. I love seeing people from the industry and everything like that. But, hey, everybody wants to know. So what do you think? Birds? Are they really that good?
Yeah.
Because I think everyone knows the Chiefs story. It's been jammed down your throat. The Eagles story is a little fresher, a little different. And I think that's maybe why people are intrigued to talk about it a little bit more than Kansas City's.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a more fresh story, right? And that's why, again, guys, if you're tuning in, we talked about this earlier in the show. And after the show's done, John and I, even though we're here in New Orleans, we're going to continue doing our post-show headlines, which is something that we post on our YouTube feed.
Yeah, check that out.
Like, subscribe. We appreciate everybody
I have the
watching
questions,
our stuff.
by the way.
Oh, I have 5 questions.
Oh, really? You think you're going to upstage my 5 questions? How about you're in for hell today?
I'll let you go first.
Are yours generic?
I think mine are.
I have some good ones. I
think mine are generic. You said something today that I wrote down immediately.
Oh, well, then we'll split. We'll split. We'll do like
we'll
3-2.
But anyways, one of the things that we talked about earlier in the show, and maybe we'll talk about during the post-show headlines, is everybody that is not associated with the Eagles or Chiefs in terms of their fandom down here is rooting Eagles.
Yeah, I think people are tired of the story.
They are.
And guess what? I would love to see the Eagles become that team in a few years. I would love to see the Eagles be the team rolling into town that everybody goes, I'm so tired of hearing about Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I want the people that hate the Eagles again, not just Philadelphia fans.
I can't stand that Eagles defense. God, we've been hearing about them for 5 years now, and they've won a couple Super Bowls.
Jalen Carter's only in year 6?
I mean, seriously, I am so excited. I'm so excited to see what this team's going to do on the big stage on Sunday. And I think they're ready for it. I think they're built for it.
They have been. Really Andrew DeCecco, who joined us for the hour, again, he'll join us for an hour tomorrow in the 7 o'clock hour as well. The way he talked about the poise of the entire team, specifically the younger players, has been amazing. And he's giving you firsthand account as a reporter, right? And look, who knows? Once these players put their head on a pillow at night, are they thinking about the Super Bowl a little bit differently? But you know, Andrew was telling me about some run-ins that he had with, you know, members of the Eagles, players, outside of media obligations. And he told me, yeah, dude, they're like the guys that he talked to, I won't give the names, but the guys that he talked to are acting like yesterday was another day in their life.
See, that's the thing that I think 2022, and maybe part of it was the team takes on the personality of the head coach.
Could be.
They were so excited and so caught out of left field that they ended up being the NFC champions. I think there was more, oh my gosh, this is happening. Right. This is really happening.
Year 2 of those guys, Sirianni and Hurts.
This team seems more like, hell yeah, this is what's supposed to happen. We're supposed to be here, and we're here to make sure that everybody notices that.
Just like Mike Missanelli and Bill Colorado with their matching black attire.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, sorry, yours is navy.
See, now I'm
bad.
shade blind, so I can't tell, but they do look like they're here for the Johnny Cash concert.
It is time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, today's best.
Johnny, last night, I'm sitting in my hotel room putting together the show sheet, and I'm thinking about this team and how you think about everything that since last week, right? Think about angles. What are we going to talk about on today's show? Because the Eagles haven't played in the game in, 10 days now, right? It's been a while since the NFC Championship game.
Sort of in withdrawal a little bit.
So the last couple of days, we've been talking more and more about how the Eagles are the better team. For those two guys, for Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. Talked about the more talented team to death.
Yes,
right?
we have.
But they are.
Okay.
They are. They're the more talented team. But how come we don't ever talk about the pedigree of the Philadelphia Eagles? Remember, we talk about the pedigree of the Chiefs and Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes totally get it. Back-to-back Super Bowl champions. They deserve it. The Eagles as a franchise, and I know the teams have been different over the course of the years, this is their third Super Bowl appearance in 7 years. 8. This sounds so childish, but I don't care. I believe the Eagles are a more motivated team because they lost 2 years ago than the Chiefs going for a three-peat. Even though it's history, and that should be a huge motivational factor for the Kansas City Chiefs, I would never want to feel the pain of losing. And you know Jalen Hurts, we've talked about this a lot, he still has the background of him walking off the field. Do you think he ever wants to feel that again?
No, you don't want to feel that again. And he's felt it. He's felt it in college. He's felt it in the pros. He understands what that drives him and motivates him. Adam Schefter knows what happened. Good morning, Adam from New Orleans. We're here with you. How are you?
Yeah, I think if they go out there and Saquon rips off a long run for a touchdown to start the game, I don't think that experience of having them in the Super Bowl matters all that much.
I know that no matter what the Chiefs do on their defensive front, and I think it's a good one, they're not the Eagles' offensive line.
Correct.
The Eagles' offensive line, I don't think has a monstrous edge, but I think they've got an edge. I think the Eagles' top 2 wide receivers, either one of them would be number 1, in my mind, on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Saquon Barkley is the top running back in the game, not necessarily even this game.
Yeah,
he is the top running back in the game this year. So to me, I try to focus on where are the Birds winning that argument. Because you know me, the last thing I want to do is lose an argument. But Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, dude, I'm getting kicked in the every time.
I get it.
Every time they have a trump card. Every time they've got something to say. Oh, really? You like that? Well, look at our pedigree. Look at our accomplishments. Look what we've done.
Do you, John Kincade, strictly look at X's and O's and matchups? Because I also do think of other circumstances, like motivational factors of not losing, like motivational factors of proving people wrong. The Chiefs don't have to prove anything anymore.
You do look at the. You get in your. Now, I'm not making fun of you. I'm not making fun of your opinion. But you get up in your feelings a little bit.
Yeah, man.
Like I would tell you this. I think every professional athlete I've ever met. About good, bad, yes, no, right, wrong, where I look at the matchups. And that is why I feel so good about Super Bowl 59.
But I'm thinking about going into the game, man. Like, there's more than, yes, there's X's and O's, and we're going to break it down for you. We have been, and we're going to continue to do so. But I think about other things, John, like the hunger to prove people wrong. And I'm not just talking about Jalen Hurts saying that people doubt me. We're going to play a clip of his coming up a little bit. But also, all season long, this team has been doubted in terms of how they play and how they win, to the point where Alex Smith felt comfortable saying on national TV, you can play this way and win the NFC Championship game, but you can't play this way and win the Super Bowl, which is a moronic statement.
It's dumb.
But that's another sort of edge toward the team. I'm not doing the whole everybody's against us and against the world.
Don't do that.
But they've constantly been diminished. Nick Sirianni is a head coach. Jalen Hurts as a quarterback. Oh, he can run. He's more of a running back than a quarterback. The style of play. What about all the adversity that they've gone through? How many times have we seen teams come together through adversity? Whether they built it themselves or not, they've overcome it. All right, that is the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show on this Why Snack Wednesday. 215-263-0975. Callers 1 and 2 to the contest line now will get the final 20-bag variety box of Y Snacks for this Y Snack Wednesday. Munch the good vibe on game day with Y Snacks. Also, each winner will get a pair of tickets to see Temple take down FAU on Sunday, February 16th at noon at the Lee Quarter Center. Celebrate Temple mascot Hooter the Owl's birthday. You'll meet local mascots, enjoy games on the concourse, and receive autographs from the players after the game. Visit owlstix.com. Day one of Radio Row in the books, Johnny.
Yeah, it is, and it's been a lot of fun, and we hope that you'll stick with our socials. Be sure you check it out, the Instagram and everything that we've got going on there, Facebook, and also, too, of course, be checking out that YouTube channel because there's stuff all day long. And Bill and Mike are going to take it and run with it here. They're going with a run-heavy show today.
Yes, well,
so they're going to take it and run with it.
They're sticking with what the Eagles' formula is, run, run, run.
But can we just say, Connor and Brendan and Haley back at the ranch did an amazing job of helping to make this really easy for us. And Mike and Jen on set here with us really made it that all we had to do was show up and do our show, and that's greatly appreciated.
And for the people that are listening, that wasn't like a today thing. This has started. This was weeks in the making.
Not enough weeks for my liking.
Yeah, I got
but
you.
we did get it. Yeah, we did finally plan it.
Thank you to our friends at FanDuel.
Yes.
FanDuel got us down
we love
here.
Them.
Make every moment more. Also, big thank you to TrueMark Financial Credit Union. Visit TrueMark.com.
They're all over DeCecco, man.
24 local branches to learn more.
Awesome.
No, you're thinking of Tompkins Bank,
is that Tompkins
man.
Bank?
Your neighborhood bank. Come on,
So, wait a minute.
man.
So, the bank lines up with DeCecco.
Yes.
And the credit union's with us. I love it. I bank and I credit union.
All these things,
I love it all.
all
I
these
love
things
the
are good.
flexibility.
Again,
Which
thank
is
you to
awesome.
FanDuel. Make the moment more with FanDuel. This coverage continues. Like you mentioned, Mike Missanelli show coming your way next with Bill Colarulo, Ray Dunn back at the studio. Everybody have a great rest of your day.
I want you to support life-saving cancer research. Join our friends, the Davis CPA Group, Ron Davis and his whole crew, and make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. Do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. And remember, Nikki Foles has to eat. She won't eat with Dad out of town.
Oh,
Nikki, you have
Foles.
to eat.
Poor Nikki Foles.
I know YouTube's up. You have to eat. Eat
All
for
right.
it.
We'll talk to you guys tomorrow here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Super Bowl week here, and it takes a village to get to this point. The Eagles are preparing to take on the Kansas City Chiefs, and Nick Sirianni got a chance to talk yesterday about the coordinators that have helped the Birds get to where they are, Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore. Here's what Sirianni had to say.
You can't be great without the greatness of others, coaches to players, players to coaches. And so both guys have done a phenomenal job knowing the guys a little bit in the interview process. I think we hit 2 home runs with those hires.
Like I've said, it takes a village, and the Eagles have definitely had a concerted effort from an entire group of coaches, players to get to this point. They'll all need to be at their best on Sunday to take down the Chiefs. Super Bowl 59 coming your way, 6:30 p.m. from New Orleans. We also should get our first injury report of the week today, something to keep an eye on for the Birds. Sixers took down the Mavs 118-116 last night. It was a tight win. Joel Embiid, 29-point triple-double in his return to action. Sixers also traded Caleb Martin to those very same Dallas Mavericks for Quentin Grimes, a 2025 second-round pick. Sixers will play the Heat tonight at 7:30. You can hear that game here on the Fanatic. Flyers fell to the Utah Hockey Club 3-2 in overtime last night. This update's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app today. It's also brought to you by our friends over at Mercedes-Benz. There's a reason they go the extra mile from testing their vehicles to creating AI that can anticipate your needs on the road. They demand that every car is worthy of their star because it's Mercedes-Benz. The Mike Missanelli Show comes your way next, live from Radio Row. I'm Connor Thomas for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry.